See me rolling. All right, if you're, give me just a second here, guys. Let me come in here for a minute. Make this a 1 minute chart. So note here that we just hit 599.28. So they're gonna try to sell this down. If you're with us right now, hold on here. Just 1 second. There's a lot of horse trading going on right here, so just hang tight. And there's like a teaser bar higher at 6,100 on ES. Hang tight, guys. I'm falling behind here this morning. I'm answering a lot of questions. I got a bunch of DMs and good morning. Good morning. Master Crater, how are you, brother? I'm being a whipsawed this morning, so I apologize if I'm not exactly ready to rock here. Hang tighter, guys. Watch out, because we got a high tick here right before the open. So these guys right here, see this right here? These are people trying to dump. People that are long for anyone that was long today for DivX is going to unload equities like right here on 600. Just a heads up to you. I'll explain more about that in a minute. Also, take a look at UUP right now. Check that option chain on UUP. If you got the brief, oh, fuck, man, I got to tell people in Discord. It's moving so fast that it's hard to. So I think the option chain might be getting killed right now on UUP, which is what you want. I'm going to go ahead and check it right now. Hold on here. Come on, get me some of those fucking calls. Quick. All right, so July 18th, 28. Oh, they're 15. Ooh, what's the bid ask? What's the spread on them? So the bid ask is 10 cents. Hey, they got 500 for sale for 10 cents on the bid. So there's 550 right now for sale and 10 cents on 28C, July 18th. Oh, I'm hurting right now. I got the other thing I got too. There's a bunch of stuff going on here. So this is OPEX, right? Normally it's all right. It's a misnomer to start. It's a misnomer to say that OPEX is boring. It can be boring, but if we hit like what we're supposed to hit, we can start selling like right away. If we didn't hit where we're supposed to hit, we can drive up to it and then park it sideways. So it's kind of a misnomer to some extent. Now let's look here at so SPX down here, right? I want you to watch SPX today in particular. This is what you should be watching in cash market or trading. But I want you to keep your eye here on 6,000 because we should pin this 6,000 area today, even though they're teasing higher. And we got a ton of shit to go over because we got to talk about like we got 2 or 3 different things. We got OPEX, right, where we have unwinding of options today, a whole bunch of them, which can see the market reposition. Although most new hedges don't come in until most new hedges do not come in until the roll on the end of month. Now, there can be an argument made that we could trade 60-50 or 60-75 today. It's not likely, but there can be some panic to print some of this stuff to get out of market sooner. Now, I don't think it happens today. I think what we do today is we hold 6,000. We go low on Monday. We trade this 5905 again, and then we literally come back up and trade the 610, 6075, or whatever, and then we actually sell for a big sell after the roll. But saying that, this OPEX, this quarterly OPEX in particular, has been very unusual. It hasn't been following the normal quarterly OPEX, and it's mostly due to what I'm calling like a second blanket trade that was unknown unknowns. If you ever hear like Jamie Dimon sometimes will say unknown unknowns, Mike Wilson will say it, and it's when it's really truly something that's not expected to happen the way it happens. And when that happens, sometimes you'll see front running. You'll see a second trade clouding the regular trade that everybody is on or anticipating or how we're wound up. And so you'll see unexpected moves in the market. We'll talk more about it today. Matter of fact, I think I posted about this on Wednesday night on Twitter. I expanded upon it yesterday on Twitter. And yesterday or this morning, BBG put a post out, and GS addressed it as well, and it was in line with my thoughts. So we'll try to go over some of that today. And in particular, this morning, that 6100 bar is showing up. Now, you might be asking yourself, like, what does that mean, Cap? Do I take a trade up here to trade this stuff right now? And the answer is no. The answer is, if we were to trade all the way up there, if we were to like do some kind of like stupidity up here to hit those numbers, you would just use it to sell. It's that simple. The reaction is always easier. And not only that, stick with your rules. If we begin to lose the hourly trigger, you're going to also be looking to put your hedging on. So just don't be too excited today. It's always better to trade the reaction. As a matter of fact, if you were down here yesterday afternoon at 1 p.m. was lower actually. On the close, it was basically trading a reaction. We were looking for 5902 on Wednesday close at the end of the day or in after hours and didn't see it, but we did see it in futures. So that's called a reaction trade, right? So the trade's not done yet, but you know, the other trade here, the other side of this trade is the other side. So this trade started in futures even lower. The other side of this trade is whenever that roll comes in, you're Johnny on the spot on the sell side. And it's always better right now in this quarterly OPEX environment to be taking the other side, the reaction side of the trade. So we'll watch this closely. We still haven't hit 600 here. Hold on a second here. Still haven't hit 600. And we are racing higher on SPX right now. We're trading 6015. We could be trying to trade 605060 or 60705 today. I'll give you just a few minutes. I just need a few minutes. I'm falling a little bit behind here. The you get my point here. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can refine what I was saying here. So, as a base case, right? We hit the largest bar on. We hit the largest bar usually on OPEX. In this quarterly OPEX, the largest bar is 6,100. Right here on SPX, all the way up here. We'll hit sometimes two each product. Like you'll see us hit SPX 6,000, then grab 600 on SPY, and then hit 6,000 on ES2 individually. And if we miss one, we'll oftentimes come back for it. So think about that stuff too. Even if it takes another product higher, we'll try to hit that exact round number or near it. So that could raise cash price higher. There's like a lot that goes on with this stuff. But the key point here is this. The key point here is that today this trade began at 5092 on futures yesterday, right at the close. I'm almost hit right near the close yesterday. So the idea yesterday was you long that, and then you come into today and you look for wherever the roll may be. Does not matter if the roll is on 600, on SPY, or higher. And how do you find that is you just waiting for the roll on the 1 and 5 minute trigger. It's fairly simple. Doesn't matter where we go. You're just looking for some kind of a hedge over the weekend, and also the roll on that 1 minute, 5 minute trigger. And even more importantly, a break of the hourly trigger in cash would be really nice, if possible. So we'll talk more about it this morning, and just give me a few minutes, and I'll be here with you guys in just a moment. Another thing to keep in mind too is the hours. So 10:30, you know, we get flows that come into the market. We get one here, high frequency trading flows at 10 a.m., 10:30, and then at 12, 12:30 every day. Keep your eyes on this 10:30, 12:30 here, and I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. That off, turn that off. I couldn't believe Levitt, man, yesterday. When she said 2 weeks, I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, this is like, it's so gross. It's so gross. Like wars run on our stock market. Is there like nobody out there today? Oh, there is people out there. Oh, what's up there, Twitch? What is everybody on vacation this morning? I think everybody's on vacation. I think everybody's asleep. I think people are like, fuck this, I'm out of here, taking vacation. That's what I think's going on today. I noticed Fentwit's a ghost town. I think everybody's on vacation. Everybody's on vacation. I had my friend died over the past couple days here. I found out a couple days so 3 days ago I found out that he had lacked oxygen. He was in the Turks and Caicos on vacation for his girlfriend's birthday, and they don't really have good medical care there for what he needed for stroke. He went so long without oxygen that he was brain dead in a coma. And I didn't want to say anything. When it was going on, I was like, I'm not going to say anything because it's, you need to give family time to digest whatever reality is. And you know what I mean? And I got the word a little late, but I got the word yesterday that they took him off life support and let him die peacefully, naturally. And it sucks because it doesn't suck. I sound so crass. He is Muslim, but in his faith, they have to bury you as soon as possible. I think it's within 72 hours. I didn't ask, but from what I recall, it's something like that. And so they speedily began his funeral and all the other. There's a bunch of other stuff. There's like prayers, and it's not quite like a Christian type funeral. And it's moving so fast that I couldn't. I tried to buy. I almost flew there this morning on a red eye at like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. I was up all night long with family and friends, and it sucks because I get it. I get the I understand why they have to have the funeral so fast. But and then it's closed casket too, and I think that's a cultural thing too in this case, and I'm like really devastated by it. I really truly am. This guy was like the guy. He really was. Light or a beacon on the mountain for people. Okay, a little bit of selling action coming in here in 599.28. They've done it twice now. One up here, one down here. You can just see this is all like option stuff. We might keep like hammering, and then finally roll. They're going to tease you likely with the 6,000. Give me just a few more minutes. I got a few more things to do here. I'm going to turn the news squawker on for you. Don't sleep on that UUP. Do not sleep on UUP. I'm assuming someone wants 2718, but UUP could probably be run like 2 or 3 times too. Probably like run it now into Monday, and then run it again as another hedge. They're dirt cheap. They're month out calls for. They were bidding or they were asking 10 cents. So if you bid like 12 cents, you might get a fill. Like bid like 11, 12, 13, and just the spread alone. And like if you're on a down move and you're bidding low and you get a fill, and then an up move. You raise your ask and you'll catch a fill. Just the spread you can make money on. If you're You're trying to hedge this weekend, right? There's like it's hard to hedge this weekend because of the cost of hedges. There's a convexity trade you could do, but I don't think that convexity trade works until after the end of the month. There is a convexity trade to trade like 564, but it, we're not through like real war yet or escaping war fears at this point. And I really don't think this war pops off this weekend. I think you're going to get some rhetoric and you're going to get some doom over it, but I don't think you're going to get the meat of it until after July 1st. I think the other thing too is that Trump doesn't want to do this after July 1st because it's during, of course, the holiday, 4th of July holiday. But if he did it like after the holiday, I think that would be the next window. So you come back from the 4th on like the 7th or something on that Monday, and they kick that. They start fighting at that point, like time of our choosing kind of a thing. Yeah, it's really brutal. What his family this guy was like. You ever have like in your whole life you have a group of friends, you know that one person that was like the nicest person you ever knew? That's him. And he had a tough go of it. Through COVID, he had a hard go of it. He really struggled in COVID, man. Like he wasn't making any money. He like didn't qualify for anything. He lived in a tourist town, and he got ate up, and it was really bothering him too. And he's never had a ton of money, and so he never like had that moment, that opportunity to like realize some. I don't know if it's not like getting rich or anything. It's I spent a lot of my life like when you have young kids and stuff. It's like your money comes in and it's gone. You know, you're like one step away from disaster all the time. You're always stressing. My mortgage always scared me. I would like have nightmares about not paying my mortgage and shit like that. And it was fucking brutal. And like he never had that opportunity to at least like not worry, you know, just not worry. That's it, you know. And I mean, like, you know, like they're gonna turn my lights off, they're gonna turn my insurance off. I'm not gonna be able to pay for my registration, my vehicle insurance, like that kind of shit. And a lot of people, and myself included, have gone through that most of life, you know, where you have to work, and if you know, there's constant landmines. I'll be back with you guys in just a minute here. If I buy any of those calls on you, one more thing. If I buy any of those UUP calls, I will post in the Discord. Whoop, I actually did get a fill on. Okay, I am long UUP.
US data leading the index change month on month at minus 0.1%, unchanged from the as expected at minus 0.1%. So again, US leading index change month on month minus 0.1% as expected. Israel's UN ambassador says genuine efforts to dismantle Iran's capabilities are needed. And Eurozone consumer confidence flash coming in at minus 15.3, lower than the forecast of minus 14.9. Prior revise for the US leading index to minus 1.4% from the original price of minus 1%. The report is also out for the US Lending Index indicator for May 2025 on the feed. US Treasury Department says US issues fresh Iran-related sanctions. According to a statement, Russia's Novak urges Kazakhstan to continue OPEC Plus cooperation.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Thank you. All right. Yes, ping pong. This is like check 1 2. Check 1 2. This is like South Park with or is it going to turn into South Park? Would be the big question. All right, let's take a look here. What do we got here? Turn this back on the right way. Turn on the camera. Old man, be right back.
The EU abandons proposal to lower price cap on Russian oil to $45.
All right. Welcome back. Whoa. I have some, I just took a muscle relaxer. I don't know if I'm going to get sloppy on the show or not. I hope I don't. I hurt my back. Yesterday, I had the chance to go to a restore. I think it's Habitat for Humanity. And someone decided to donate this like giant stash of ceiling lights, wall sconces, ceiling lights, all kinds of different kinds too. And they were not cheap ones, and they were like new style, new brand, new everything. And they weren't like the cheap Home Depot lights. They were probably from a real light store. They were heavy as fuck. And they were like real metal, real wood. It was like really chunky and like quality. Nothing from Amazon, nothing from Home Depot. So I'm walking through the store yesterday and I'm like looking at a bunch of different stuff and I'm like, man, this is really crazy. I'm like, these fixtures were like $35 and $50 a piece. And I'm like, these things gotta go for like anywhere from $200 to $500 a piece. Easy. And I'd been wanting to change out lights in a house that I own. It has ceiling lights. And so I start like gathering up all these lights, and my wife finds me and she's all mad. And I'm like, you don't understand. I'm like, I've been looking for lights, and to redo all of these lights would cost me like thousands of dollars. Thousands upon thousands of dollars. So she like just wasn't getting it. And that's like, hang tighter. Thank you. There's like some things that lend, some things like are easy to do in your house that lend a lot of value to it. Most people just have those cheap, not most people, but they'll have like recessed lights and stuff. But if you're in a house, if you just had like a ceiling sconce light or whatever, you're probably good to go. There are enhancements you can do to your house to really improve the value of your home. If you like put LAN in your house with fiber and You have stonework done on countertops and nice fixtures, that kind of stuff. Like those kind of upgrades matter. Smart house matters. That kind of stuff can really lend value to a home. So I scored a bunch of lights yesterday, but I think I threw my back out on one of these lights, picking them up. Like I was like leaning over to grab them with just my arm, and I think I like cantilevered my back or something like that. What are you guys talking about? Missed something here? Hey, just put a bid in for 10 cents. If you're not at a prime bank, you're not going to get a fill. If your triggers are different, it's because you click ETH. You do extended trading hours, and then on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you'll see the ADJ button and the ETH button. So see down here. Make sure it says ETH and ADJ. Well, that's what I use, but I switch back and forth. I do adjusted and non-adjusted, depending on what I'm doing. Yours do not have to match mine. I'm not hearing financial juice. Are you guys hearing financial juice? I'm not hearing it on my end. Maybe it's my volume on there. Now we got a lot to talk about. Like we don't have a lot to talk about. There's a couple things. There's a bunch of stuff I have to go over. Number one, I just want you to know that if you're here today, there's not a lot of market participants today. Most people took a quick vacation. You get yesterday off, right? You come into OPEX, you get yesterday off. Then you take the day off today. Maybe you set some alerts. And otherwise, we're still in the middle of this OPEX, QOPEX, month-end cycle. Now, you know that you're supposed to be taking your money at 6:05, which we already did. We already took the money. And then what you're looking for is, let's go back over here. We've said this multiple times. This should not be new to anyone unless you're maybe a new member or something like that, but we had a nice trade that came up here and printed finally in cash market 6:05. Now, you got the premise is that we're in a summer trade, okay? And we've been in a summer trade. And this year in particular, I noticed it's glaring this year. There's two things this year. The first one is that when you're looking for the first thing is, there's some rules. Your best bet is to take, some kind of a low on a month end, and you look for a print, like far away, right? You're not going to catch that print more than just maybe once. It might take like 1-2 weeks. So living on the edges has done well. Now, if you get a down move in cash markets, calls are cheap and puts remain bid. They've remained bid, we know, because of tariffs. Even if we're rear view mirroring those, people lie to you. They're still buying puts. They remain bid at the close every day. They remain bid on the weekends. We're even watching like sell every day at 3:50 in the afternoon. It starts at 3:30, and then it fucking does it again at 3:50. And I'll show you some charts that prove my point here in a minute. But the thesis remains. You're buying dips, and you're taking the money on tops and with call spreads. And now we've come into this another OPEX cycle. And when we come into this cycle here, I didn't put a hedge on because I assumed, as most OPEX, QOPEX cycles, you're going to catch another high here and there. As a matter of fact, I posted a meme about a week ago with Jamie Dimon, where he told not Trump, but he told Iran or whoever it was that they can't start the war, or they can do war shit about 4 times into month end, and then they can start their war afterwards. Now, the market's not anticipating where we are with Iran and Israel. Keeps getting, literal bullshit. So we come into like any low right now, and what is it? Everybody focuses on war and after hours, overnight, day off, and then all is well again, right? Doom, all is well again in cash. 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 Now, due to that, we're not catching any kind of highs in cash markets or even aftermarket like we normally would. Now, mind you, if we get any kind of resolution to tariffs, Ukraine, Russia, Iran, Israel, you will see those highs. Now, they're less than normal right now. And so there's like a blanket. You have like the options market right here. It's all wound up. And then you're going to do a roll into the end of the month. And, either we're going up or we're going down. We don't know. But but this is like one trade. And this is another trade. And then within that trade, we have other trades. We've got, FOMC. We got fucking, data on this day. We got OPEX. We got month end. We got NFP, you name it. And those are all other blankets. So you trade FOMC and then, it's like, here you go. You can do whatever you want. And then we're done with FOMC and that trade goes away. Well, in this case, we've got a whole nother blanket over it all. And what that is, the deterioration of Iran and Israel relations. Way more so than ever expected, right? This is unknown. And so that kind of clouds the market right now. And so what people are doing is like, you pick up the wire and you're loading puts, let's say, right? And they're not going to print them for you. And people are buying these puts like day put or like 2-day puts, weekly puts, monthly puts on top of all of this. And you're not going to get a print. I mean, there's going to be a few of you out there that are like, oh, I made this and I made that, but they're bullshitting you. You know what they want, right? They want that. That's what they want. It's not fucking sugarcoat it. And they remain bid for that reason. I can show you the data. So how do you get that print is the question. And how do you take those doom puts off the market? There's only really 2 ways or 3 ways. The first one would be, if we can shift in OPEX or QOPEX, but you would need real money selling. And that means we're loading up on puts, doom selling calls, whatever it is. Short, and you get real fear where you get market participants that are not in market fear selling. This could be banks, institutions, hedge funds, family offices, and even more importantly, you, the retailer. When you do that, combined with the puts, the dealers chase. Like they will amplify that move, and that's how you get these big capitulations. And it just hasn't happened. The other problem is that we are in quarterly OPEX while you're putting this hedge on. And we're wound up and tied into that. So you just hedging with puts doesn't matter. And not only that, you kind of need like a war to actually kick off that involves us. Or, God forbid, like a nuclear bomb or something to go off. Like something unexpected and unknown. Now, if this stuff lingers, well, there's a couple things here. Like, you saw Trump yesterday, or his minion, Taco Bell, come out yesterday and say, "Oh, 2 weeks." I'm like, "Oh, where does that put us?" Right fucking here. Puts us right here. Shocked Pikachu puts us on, the 30th, and we got we're a short week, so we got the 3rd, and then we come back on the 7th. Shocked Pikachu. I'm serious. Like, this is like, that's how we wage war. You cannot have a war until we're positioned for it. Now, this also gives the war time to resolve itself. And that's multifaceted too. The White House does not want war. This is a monkey wrench in their plan. It really is. You can't be spending tons of money on a war that gets out of control and then want to give tax cuts, and want to spend a big, beautiful spending bill, and you got this completely unexpected thing going on, which is more spending. So, I think Trump is pissed. I would be. So what do you do here? You try to reconcile that shit by the time we do the roll. Now, if it doesn't reconcile, right, or we get more doom this weekend, today is OPEX, and we have month-end rolls. So we have two things. The first one is on OPEX, you get a little bit more freedom of movement because you're closing a lot of your positions. There's gamma that comes off, right? No more delta hedging, all this other stuff, all these mechanics underneath the surface allow the market to begin to move. So over this weekend, if we get more war doom or even resolution, this is all shit. This is all equal, all else equal. But the market is a little bit more freer to at least move. Now, it will likely still come back into, range again for month end. The real scary thing that I want to talk to you about now, though, is whether we get realized doom or not may not matter at this point. So if we get, let's say we get a whipsaw down tomorrow, come back up, and we fight our way back up for month end. And then let's say we come back down to first week for Wall Street to get back. That'd be something more like this. You hit the 600 again for the roll, right? A little bit more down here. Sorry, I got this a little bit wrong. Let me draw it this way for you. Let me get a little bit more precise for you. So maybe you come down here to like 90 or something. Get a new low down here, right? You get Friday, NFP, right? Let's call it like something like this. You start selling into NFP. Right here, NFP. Hang tight here. And you're like, doom, 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 right? Doom, 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 pull you back up. And then we're back down again until they get back. Something like this would be the expectation. I need to spend more time on this, but now this would be the expectation without war doom. Now, the real fear here is that because we're blanketing all of this over here with a whole nother trade that they're not going to let print, that's somewhere over here, you could actually slip under. You get that daily trigger over. And it would not matter if it resolved itself. You have Trump saying, you know, I'll give you the 2 weeks and we work this out, or we do a truce, or we do a negotiation, or whatever. And you as the trader think, hey, everything is fine. War is good. Or even, you know, we kicked off the war right here. Look at that. We're up there. We bounced. Everything's going to be honky-dory. And they actually, you literally like come into the market on like a Monday or something, thinking you're going to bounce on the daily trigger, and it's like, woo, straight down. And you're printing all this shit from back here. And this happens frequently. If the trade gets put on, they're not going to print it until it's dead. Normally, you know, if everybody's buying, if everybody bought calls, and there's no like repetitive buying, they're not going to go up there and hit that right away. They're going to like pretend they're gonna, and then they go under, and then they hit it later when all those calls are worthless. That's how they stay in liquid in business. And when they do hit this, like down, 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 you do hit it early, it's because sentiment is high, dealers are chasing, and then you're rolling even higher. So they will chase this up and then back down again. So this is a problem, is my point. Currently, it's a problem. Whether we realize war or not, it's a problem. And it's not guaranteed as of this point, but you know, this 564 down here, you know, it's fucked up, because how the trade could work out would be you blast down, right? You slam straight down. I mean, literally violence. I don't know if that's the war kicking off, or just printing all that bullshit that they put out there. And they're all short dated, right? 1 week, 2 weeks, a month out, 18th, whatever, of July. And they literally make a swing down to print that shit at the end. And then we're like back in business like it never happened. And the crazy part is, if we're not involved in all of this, if we stay out of it, it would look more like this and be quick. If we get involved, it could take all the way into the fall. Like September, October. Like, this is a huge monkey wrench for Trump. I got to express to you that you got to think about Trump doesn't want the market crashing into midterms. Trump doesn't want the market down into the fucking fall. Like, it puts everything he wants to do. Like, if he gets pulled into this, it could make this market like push everything off 2 quarters. And then you have effects of tariffs. You have like all this like shit going into midterms you could be like front running recession early. There's a lot of like, I'm assuming someone out there is like smarter than me. Is like, you don't want to do this right now, boss. And it's like a butterfly effect. Now, even if it's resolved and you swing down quickly, it's possible. I want to show you guys something here. I want to show you guys something here. I think it was August 2nd, 1990. Wait a minute here. I want to show you guys something here. Some of you might be young. Some of you might be young. I'm young, but I ain't that young. I remember I was actually riding my bicycle home like 5 miles away from my house, and the Gulf War started. And the Gulf War was weird. It was like a buildup. And like they built up the Gulf War for like, I want to say at least 3 months, maybe even longer. And I recall, I haven't looked this up, but I recall Saddam Hussein both times not believing. He thought that the U.S. thought he was so that Saddam was so strong that it would impress the United States. In both instances, he didn't believe the U.S. would do what we did in Gulf War I, and he didn't believe that we would invade Iraq in Gulf War II. And it wasn't like it wasn't known. Now, what's interesting is we were in an OPEX cycle in August. And on August 2nd was when we officially kicked off the war. And we're like moving right up in here, doopsie doopsie doo, right? Doopsie doopsie doo. And then it was boom, straight down. It was violent. Now imagine if there wasn't any war, we would have continued about our business. So we priced this in, and what's fascinating in this instance is it probably pushed off everything into, January of 1991. Is it bullish? Yeah. Are we in the same situation as the Gulf War? No, we're not putting boots in the ground and bringing over a bunch of ships and all this other shit. It's not our war. But there's probably something in here, some kind of pricing in. Bam, it starts. And you just like wake up on, you wake up on fucking, July 2nd. And in this case, could be after 4th of July. And they didn't, they don't like July 8th go through 4th of July. Everybody's happy. And we're, boom, straight down. Now, we're not in the same situation, but, 6%, I think that's a ton. But, that's 7% right there. Like top to bottom, that's 17%. That's a fucking big move. Nothing to be trifled with. Ah, shit, I deleted everything. No, hopefully I didn't delete everything on Spy. So, my point here stands. That if we're all honky-dory over here, and come back in, we're expecting this too, right? we already expect, like, we're already expecting some kind of down move over here. You know, hold 592. Maybe we get a wick. Right? Here's 590. Here's 592, right? Sweet. So what? We tag this right now on Monday? And maybe we're expecting like a wick. Right? Come back and there's a big fat candle over here. There's maybe a wick down to 582. Worst case it could be. You know, tell damage story, right? Stay in line, whatever. But you know, you come back either over this weekend, or you come back and the coast is clear. All this fucking bullshit hedging that we didn't expect this cycle. Flush you out, and you killed all the puts up here. Like, it makes sense. And you should be, number one, watching. And here's where it gets crazy. If we're not gonna go down here, well, not even there. If we're not gonna go down here, I would not expect us to trade this high. But if we do trade up there before we get out of this month, like if we crank like this, whoop, that's what I would do as a dealer. If I knew we were going to print this, I would fucking murder bot all those puts and then slam us straight down. So number one would be watch this up here. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be shocked if we got a new high in it. Like 610 in a penny. Like you just like come down here this weekend, come back up here, and literally into month end you go, tick. One tick, because that tells you, hey, we're coming back, don't worry about it. Don't change your sentiment, bro. We gotta price all this in. Then you're getting a fucking, you know, don't change your sentiment. It's all those puts and whatever we had in the market. Now, we don't know if this is going to happen or not. But surely right now, you can see it. You can see in here that we're not, like FOMC yesterday. Not yesterday, on Wednesday. Like this fucker should have, on Wednesday, this shit should have went like, bing. At least for like an hour. Forget what they're telling you on public. Like all the garbage about like the Fed is too hawkish, the Fed's over tightening, or the Fed doesn't know what it's doing. That's all horse shit. The reason we didn't go up on Wednesday higher in some other days is because of the fucking puts hedging. They're coming in and they're hedging this market aggressively on any high. They're literally snapping a line. There's some asshole out there, some fucking, financial advisor. These guys live on fees, man. Like, they're like simple fucking creatures. They're not rock star traders. Just like, bing, hedge, bing, hedge. Get up there, bing, hedge. Until that shit ends. Hedge, 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 hedge. And the landscape kind of supports it. I want to show you this really quick if I can. And it's starting to leak out into like zero hedge and other, like GS is talking about it finally. It's always old news, but we've already known this the past week. So that's what's going on. Like like it's like people tell you one thing and then they're doing something fucking completely different. And this article says it right here. Like, interestingly, while VIX fell on the day, this was Friday, right? Oh no, As fixed valid this is Wednesday. We did not see the usual tomorrow's a holiday post FOMC vol selling we have become accustomed to. But this morning, amid optimism with Iran ahead of the index options expiration at the open, VIX has tumbled back below 20. Perhaps it is simple as the World War III on World War III off again Iran-driven headline uncertainty keeps risk pricing higher. Or perhaps the largest June expiration in history. But you can see, let me see if I can show it here. As the day-to-day volatility of the market driven by binary nature of headlines so frequently dropping tape bombs in the market, we have seen zero-day trading volumes soar to a new record high. And these options volumes remain balanced between puts and calls. This infers that certain times of the day, we're getting fucking tape, or not tape bombs, but call buying, put buying, and we're getting it like certain times of the day, right? 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and then the close every day. And puts remain bid. And overall index put volume have increased. So don't fucking believe these people what they're telling you. You can read it right here. Now, some of this put index volume increasing is likely normal hedging. But we've only had really one opportunity. So if you look at this screen right here, this is really the only opportunity. You would normally expect it like up here, up here something. People trying to tick all this stuff up here. But they're coming in lower. And so that is a sign of hedging doom, new doom. Now, excuse me. So, do I think we crash over this weekend? Probably not. And even if we do, it should read just like this stuff, where it's like in futures, then it sucks back up by the time we come back on Monday. So if we have a target, let's say on Monday, or even, let's say Monday, 9 a.m. All right, we blast down here. But in the overnight, it's, bleeding down here. And then you get sucked back up by Monday morning like nothing ever happened. I think the real trade is later. And you could get fucked on puts on Monday. You got to remember you need renewed put buying. So if I was a dealer again, I'd be like, oh, you can blast this down all you want, bring it back up here on Monday morning, and if you don't have a buyer for those fucking puts, you'd be fucked. They buy it right back up again. So if you were going to hedge this weekend, you'd want some kind of a spread. Like the put ratio spread for QQQs. Some kind of spread that you don't have to worry about the other side of the trade. If you're in the money, you can close it. Or I was looking at UUP because the next expiry is in July. I don't know why that's all wonky. Probably because I'm on an hour here. It's something to do with like how it all shows itself. So if you did July 18th, if you get the crash this weekend, for print. If you don't, and there's no buyer for those calls on UUP or even SDAO, was another one I talked about, You could maybe get the print later in July. And that trade is different than hedging the fall. Now, if you get a print on war on the fall hedge and this hedge, you close them out. Take the money and run. We'll get long with no hedge, and then we'll hedge again up here. So remember that these are all separate trades. Remember that if you take a trade for hedging the fall and it prints early, woohoo! If it doesn't, you leave it on. If you want to hedge War Doom, it's a separate trade here or right here. Separate trade. Not the same trade. If you get prints on this one and this one, sweet. Take your money and run. And I can't tell you if it goes to 64, but I think that it does. And you know how, and you know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for weekly closes here. I'm looking for the close today. Someone was asking me when will you know? I'll fucking know, and I'm gonna know. We have this like evil close over here, and depending upon whatever the close is, not on Friday, but on the 30th. Like, do we sell early on NFP? You know, we get dogged down into the 30th on the Monday of July. It's the first week of July is the 30th. Sorry for my mumbo jumbo, but we get the 30th, which sucks, doesn't fall on a Friday. It falls on a Monday. And oftentimes the date matters more than the day. Or the day can really impact the date. So in our case, it falls on a Monday. And the market closes on the 3rd early. Wrap it up on the 4th. And you know that the banks fucking hate chasing. You already know that when we come back on a holiday, if we were like up here on the 7th when they get back, what do? Every time. Sell. And as a matter of fact, we haven't done that recently, have we? We used to do it a lot during COVID when everybody was home. Retail would ramp the fuck out of markets on holidays. We'd come back from every holiday and Wall Street would sell the fucker down. Since that time period, though, where everyone's got a fucking job now, normally we sell into these holidays. So if I was a Wall Streeter, I'd be like, yeah, minimum, I want, in my view, if I was a Wall Street, if I was from the street, I'd be like, I don't want to buy shit unless it's down here. And if you can give me War Doom, and I can buy a 64 or 70, I mean, fuck, yeah, baby, let's do it. And I got the print on my hedges. I own the market. I got a hedge on the market, too. Right? I don't care. If I'm from Wall Street, I'm collecting fucking fees. I own the fucking stock market for my clients. Right? I'm hedging for them. I'm making money on the fees. I'm making money on the hedge. You know, we're coming right back anyways. Like nobody even saw it. I get to make the money on the hedge. I get to make the money because we're coming back to where we were. I get to buy a lower dip to add to my position. Well, who the fuck wouldn't do that? It's almost like a gift. And not only is it more something like a gift, you got fucking Trump saying you got 2 weeks. I shit you not. Jamie Dimon probably called and said, wait a minute, I got to get positioned for that. I'm rolling the JPM collar. I want to get fucking paid, baby. You know what I mean? I would. Oh, they're greedy, man. Any guys with a license know how greedy the street is, right? I'm fucking greedy. So, I don't know if it happens yet, but I'll tell you what. I was drawing my fucking crayon bullshit. Now this could be partially due to If you wanted the bull thesis on this, like the opposite side of this trade, a lot of this could be because of being in QOPEX. It fucks with everything. You get bad reads. But I shit you not, like, I'm seeing like a fucking huge down move. I want you to know that what I'm looking at, we're violating things. Now, if you wanted the bull you wanted the counter thesis to this. If you wanted the counter thesis to this, you stick with your rules. And we've already had these rules in place for this whole quarterly OPEX. And I don't want you to lose sight of them. Even telling you about this trade, I want you to stick with everything that I've told you, which is you take the profit up here, right? You look for places to hedge. Looks like you're looking lower these days, but you're looking for places to hedge, okay? As we head into the 30th, you're not buying along for summertime yet. I'd already told you not to do that, but you're just observing inflection points. Like, what's the inflection point this weekend? What's the inflection point on the 30th? And what's the inflection point when we come out of end of month? This would be the 3rd and the 7th, right? You just want to see what's going on down here. Now, you're already hedged, so if it rolls, you're good. If you see this 590, 592 hold through this whole period, and we make a new high, right? And you got we hold the daily trigger, we make a new high, we come back. I'm going to show you exactly what it'll look like. You would see something like this through this period right here. Scratch that. You'd see something just like that right there, right? And no matter what this is, even if it goes down here, if it comes back up, you got this line right here, right? And we start making an impulse move, and you've got the hourly trigger. We can jump right back on the crazy train to the upside, can't we? So it's this thing right here that you need to watch. Or down here after the 7th or whatever, wherever we wind up on like the 3rd, the 7th. And it's still your rules. It's still like, are we above the hourly trigger? Are we making new highs? Do we make a new market high in this trend? Like, all the usual stuff applies. So you don't have to call it. You don't have to be like, oh shit, Cap's saying we're going to 560. But the door is opening. I must warn you that it's opening right now. Not only is it opening, we're violating shit right now, and we shouldn't be doing that, and not making any kind of new highs. So I want to show you what that looks like if I can, and I haven't made this public at all. So the thing that I'm looking for here is, I want you to pay very close attention to. This right here. This is 582. Let me just make sure. Let me see if I get this right here. Hold on here. We're gonna do this together. Get rid of this. Now, we're not there yet, but I just want to show you guys this as a group. And I'll post this for you in the Discord. See that big old brick right there? Well, this is unknown to the market. Don't be like, oh, hey, you didn't know this. No one knew it's gonna happen. These fucking like this is really Iran shit. Unknown unknowns and unexpected fucking lying ass people. I ain't hedging that, bro. We're not going to war. I'm like, you lying. I can see it in the numbers. You are. This isn't bears. These are people protecting the underlying. I understand why you do that. I would too. This is the 18th right here. There, right? No, right about there. Uh, 610. Just the tick. Probably. That could be NFP going up. There. It's 18th, somewhere in there. And I think this would be a liquidity grab. Once you violate this here. Yep, once you violate that, this would be in futures. It wouldn't be in cash market, but you would violate this in futures. That would be your futures price. You'd come back on Monday. I can't do it here on that for some shitty reason. TradingView doesn't do the overnights, but you slam it down in here, come back up, grab a bunch of liquidity, and then just start fucking slamming it. We haven't done it yet, so this trade isn't valid. But if we do it, we break through this. We break through that fucking 90.92. You get the low. Squeeze up, right? We roll the contract and then wham, downside. If you want to take a picture of this, you can. I'm gonna. We're not there yet. So, we're not there yet to call this trade, but it's on my fucking radar. How would I want to see this trade not play out? I'll show you that. I'd want to see 90 hold over the weekend. Maybe 89, 90, somewhere in there. I'd want to see that hold. I'd want to see a failure up here. Some kind of a failure. Come back down like it's nobody's business. You got the low, higher low. We start getting out of here. And in all honesty, I'd like to see just that tick. If that happens, rock and roll. We're in, we're out of here. You want to snip that for yourself too? You can. We're not there yet, but I'm watching it. I'm watching this weekend. Like I don't want to see the fucking shitty close. I don't want to see the fucking, slip through all this bullshit. I just don't want to see it. And we can and continue higher, but I don't want to see it. And you want to be aware of it, that it's there. And it's mostly because, we're not getting like any new highs. It's like sell. I mean, look at this wick right here. Look at that fucking wick. So we did print it. We printed it just for a couple seconds. If you were here earlier in the show, we printed a 599, like 98 or something like that, I think. 599.52. So just be aware of it, that it's there. Be aware that we're opening a trade to the downside. We do have to wait and see what happens over this weekend. I gave a brief last night to you that said on today's high, right, 600. We hit 6,000 on SPX2, right? Let's show it to you there, all the way down here. See that one right there? There's SPX 6000. Whoop. Liquidity down. So just be aware of it. Like, be aware into this weekend that there could be a hedge for some doom over the weekend. And then I don't think that war breaks out until, if it does, I don't think it breaks out until after the end of the month. I also think that if there's a resolution between now and the end of the month, I do also think that we have the potential to be printing all of these hedges 3rd through the 7th or into the 18th. It's not guaranteed, but the market, man, is fucky. Like, just when it's always like when you're like, oh, we escaped all this doom, bro. Show up Monday morning, everybody's fucking pumped up. And you're like, get out there at 9:30. Have you ever had that happen to you? You get out there at 9:30, like, woo, we're gonna buy the dip. And it's just like, I'm gonna sell fucking calls to all these shit turds. I want you to think about that also from the side of the person selling you those calls. Like, who owns those calls? Who's selling them to you? And this is the other fucked up part, is that people are already on the wrong side of the boat in 2 different trades. Like, everyone's on the wrong side of the boat that we're going to spot up, vol up, that we're going to go up, and even if it's sideways. So everybody's on that trade. And then you get like people on another trade now on the wrong side of the boat with hedging. And if I was a dealer, I would fucking murder every asshole with those puts, print it, and then at the same time, I'm murdering all those people with calls, right, on the downside, and then we go back up and print that. You know what I mean? It's like, so like, if everybody's loading up fucking puts right here, I would get them all on board, murder their asses, then dump it. Their puts are worthless. And, everyone that's waiting to buy a fucking dip or maybe did buy a dip, they're going to get smoked too. And this is kind of why, too, you're not buying calls right now for the July trade. You're just watching. You should only be watching right now. You can do intraday trades and stuff, but like the July trade, the summer extension, that trade is, no matter what, even if we're showing good numbers, is not until we exit the window of movement. So don't get caught in this, is my point. We got to be extra careful when we leave this. When we leave like June 30th, July 3rd and 7th, on those 3 dates in particular, we got to be like a fucking hawk. It's not going to be easy. And have you noticed, tell me if you're watching this show right now, have you noticed, like, you got to be good right now. You got to be a good trader. You got to. I mean, it's like one tick under, you hit your tick one time in that whole trade. They're taking us like all the way down to the closes, then thinking that's right to the point. Like I was looking at spreads on Wednesday, and we went coast to coast without printing either side of that spread. So dealers are moving faster than they normally do. I don't know if that's a part of that has to do with everyone doing using computers and AI to trade nowadays. We're getting like volumes within 1 minute bars that are insane. I don't know if it's the whole market's just shifting over to this like where it's not humans trading. So much of the market is not humans trading that you got to be really fucking Johnny on the spot at the right exact moment. Selling options has been working, but like buying options, getting annihilated. If you're an option buyer, especially put side, it's been fucking brutal. Like I can't imagine like a put. I can't imagine like someone in puts. I mean, of course we knew to sell puts on Wednesday because you had such high IV in options in general, and we knew that there was a pin for 6,000 today at some point. But still, like, can you imagine like being a fucking like I got put spreads, bro, and you're watching everything happen yesterday, And then to wake up this morning, I would be fucking devastated. I'll be honest with you. If I was in like put spreads and I woke up this morning, I would fucking be out back chopping a goddamn tree down. I would have been fucking pissed. So they're not printing anybody. They're printing people. You sell options, they're printing you. Trading futures, they're printing you. You're doing intraday trading at like 10 and 12, you're making good money. But outside of that, if you're not like a spread over time, you know, a lot of people are getting fucked right now. They're getting eaten alive out here in this quarterly OPEX. So I just want to, this is a Friday. We're heading into a long, or not a long, but this is kind of like a long weekendish kind of a thing. We're also entering the next stage of the summer trade and the end of QOPEX. I just want to keep you all on board and make sure you stay the fucking course. You know, it's kind of like that June trade. We went into like May 31st, and we had lows and highs heading all the way up. People get scared, selling options to the groups on the outside of all that, right? Like, like we're in here. You know, nice slow up trade. We're starting the trade. Oh. You know, we do like a grind trade. It's not quite up, but it's not down. And we're like instigating it on the 30th, right? And it's like up a little bit up. Oh, might crash, bro. Ooh, nope. Ooh, might crash, might crash, bro. Ooh, not quite there, bro. Oh, a little dip. Ooh, yeah, oh boy. You finally get the print for 1 minute. They did it, actually printed it in the pre-market, then they're in cash at like 10:30, literally 10:30 a.m. Boom, the print, close your shit and get out. So you're like tick to tick. And then you get all the fucking, you know, selling puts, selling calls. And everybody's screaming that we're going to do this, and everybody's screaming we're doing that. And you and I are just like 0-day calls, 0-day calls, 0-day puts are too expensive. All these fuckers are hedging. They're getting the doom in their diet, right? Puts stay bid for this bullshit. Same thing happening right now. So it ain't easy. I'm not gonna like, I know that I fuck around people and FinTwit, but if you're getting caught in that shit, I really do truly feel fucking bad for you. Okay, so let's go back to right now. It's Friday. Happy Friday to you out there, by the way. Let's take a look. We know that we've got a pin on 600. Let's take a look at get over there. Earlier they were teasing you with, oh, there it is, still there. Teasing you with this 6100 right there. And like that bar being up there like that, like I'm like, that fucking bar is gonna get hit. Like we're gonna hit that bar. I think so. Or like fail it. But I would like to see us hit it so we can make that move deep. I would think that we would fail it if we're gonna continue to go higher. But I think if we're gonna go that much lower, it gives you like some hope that it's not a sentiment thing, that we got to price this shit in. Okay, so it's what time is it? We hit it up here, right? Nice little tick on the open. 9:30. We also know that volume comes in at what time, guys? 10 a.m., right? So the sellers came in, bam. Sellers came in again, bam, right? Nice and early. What do we have going on here? Let's look at this together. This is cash market. We talk about this a lot, right? So what do we got right here? This is one wing, right? Or a failure, right? Somewhere in there, right? Something like that. Do you see it? This is 10:30 now. Oh, move that over. This is 11 a.m. When time does the next thing come in? Tell me in the chat everywhere. Say what happens at 12 and 1 p.m. What happens? We get more volume, don't we? We already know that either buyers or sellers begin to ramp at about 12 o'clock. It lasts till about 1:30 every day. Sometimes it's not exact. So this is 11:30. We're attempting to turn up now, right? It was like a doggone. It's like, God damn it, he gets into a tangent, and I know what he's doing. He's trying to kill time because he knows the next point where he needs to get back on the show again. There's 1 o'clock, and here is 1:30, right? So we'll just do just this right here. We're not going to do anything else, and we're going to look at a bottom here. We got what we think is a bottom. We took out all of this down here, right? This is all the gap that was left behind. Poor crying bears this morning. And this is the first inflection point, right? If you go in the Discord, I said, if they gap us up, go in the Discord, look at my post this morning. I said, if they gap us up, they could start selling us so that we can go down to this inflection point right here. They do us early. So we've got some we got some bad fellow over here, don't we? Time or price, right? Daily velocity looks like dog shit. This does not help. Looks like shit. That means the daily trigger is not going to hold if you don't know, or might not hold. That's not good. That's showing the 564 trade. Just a heads up. It's not guaranteed, but it's neutral. If it holds, it'll turn positive again, but if it doesn't, it's very weak. The hourly looks great, though. Hourly trend on intraday looks good. Now we are in OPEX. It's quad, triple witching. It changed the dates. So there is some mechanicalness to what's happening today. You can't trust a lot of your normal trade and shit on days like today. But there are some things we can look for. We are above the 1 minute trigger. If you wanted to take a long here until, like, let's say 1:32 p.m., I guarantee there's people in here trading this already on smaller frames. We want to look for the prior highs, right? So we got one right here. All right. We got another one like right here that was taken out. We got another one right here that was taken out right here. And so we got this one right here, right? And we're underneath the 5 minute trigger hourly in the 30 minute. These are kind of bullish right now, so that looks good. So what we're going to do is just mark off just that prior high right there. We're going to mark this one off right here. Actually, it's lower. Sorry about that. It's right about there. You want to take the not the top wick, but the second wick down. If you don't know that, let me show you this. You may not know that, but you see that wick right there? You take that one right there. That's the one you're watching right there. You could do a box too. You could do like a box just like this. You don't need anything else. You just do that one right there. Something like that you could do, make it yellow. Right about there. This one doesn't have a second wick. So just like right above it, right about here. That's all you need to know right there. We're about there. Oh, it does. It's got a wick right here. So you got this wick right here. See it? And you got another one right there. And you get some volatility here, so we could drop another one in there. Just as a target. That one red. That would be the new high. All right, not bad, right? That high is beat. That high is not beat. We want to see in the half an hour, no new low. We want to see that new high right there. We would then want to see, actually, we'll push that over. Does that one be over there? Hold on here. That new high right there, and that new high right there. So this one right here, right about there. We hit that one? Yeah, right about there. We want to see that hold right about there. We want to see that fucker right around there. We want to see that motherfucker right. Oops, sorry, I shouldn't be swearing. God, why am I swearing so much? So 130, right? So we got 1, right? 2, 3 right there. One, 2, 3, right about there. About it right there. There. I think that's too bullish, but one big move right there. Failure in here. What else can you take in here? This could be 1, 2 with a failure. Depths of hell, right? This is pretty critical, isn't it? This move higher is critical. I'd even like that, to be honest. And this is critical to hold. Want to see strength. Want to see support. Want to be go. Matter of fact, right here. I don't want to see that. And I really want to see that. I want to see like big push. Down. Monster push right there. Something more like that. Whoop. I don't know what I moved right there, but I'm a greedy bastard. There's your SPX 6000 right here. We are coming into 59.85, major gamma bar on SPX, 59.85. Do 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 do. The muscle relaxers kicking in, baby. What's up, Vega Archer? Happy Friday. Yeah, I think it is kicking in. I can feel it now. The whiskey? No. I can't drink. If I take a muscle relax because of my back, I can't drink anything. You know what that's like. You heard they work well together? Oh, God. Cookie Monster Friday? It's terrible. What am I thinking on AMD? Didn't we talk about AMD? Didn't I tell you guys that that was going to be the next one to like lift off or whatever? What did I say about AMD? It hasn't like. Look at it. It just keeps trying to pump. I just want UUP to pump. It had that nice fucking ramp, didn't it? That beautiful. It's a little bit late. Oh, yeah, look at that. Want to see it? This is what we predicted, right? Oh, back's still fucking hurting. So let's see what we predicted and how it turned out. We thought that we would get a down move into their earnings. We gave a full measure of what the options market was giving for a down move, and they did hit it. You want to see it? So this was so we said, oh, they'll sell future, or they'll sell the ER. This is what the options market had priced in for that down move. They hit it. And then we said up and up. We hit it. A little bit late, but we hit it. Right? Actually to a tick, right? We had a target of 132.50. We hit it. We have a reversal going on right now. They are trying to get back into the trade. I've got us going down. So we can move this over if you want. Now into the beginning of this is July 3rd. See over here, July 3rd. Into the OPEX for the 16th. I've got us trading all the way down here. 116. Could be the 7th. So that's where I've got us going next. Are you more bullish than I am right now or no? Cool. I think we roll. Just another opportunity to hedge. AMD down and then up. Yeah, I did it. This is exactly. We figured the option market had the down move to here. We hit the upside target up here. Probably just someone selling you calls at this point. Probably someone selling you their calls. And then downside move. There is if you think you want to hit like one more upside target, maybe it's a 135 and then sell it. That's about it. Oh, you had a neighbor that did that? Yeah. The moment that I took that muscle relaxer, I can't drink any alcohol. You can't, like, I have always been against that kind of shit. Oh, there it is right there. Check it out, the tick. Actually, let's just hit it right there. Move your stops up. That'd be nice right there. You can barely understand me anyways. I don't like taking muscle relaxers. I only take them when I really fuck myself up. Because you can't take medication and then you take you ever see like people like take medication and they drink? I used to like I go out a lot, like so I used to live in the mountains and I go to restaurants and stuff. And like you'd be like at the bar or something and some like old lady, like a grandma with like fake boobs and like big veins popping out of her. And you could tell at like dinner, like 2-3 glasses of wine in, she'd be like, oh God, she's on something. It helps the medication. Okay, so you're aware now of the downside trade. I just want you to stay thinking about where do we close each week? Like where do we close a Friday today? Where do we close next week on Friday? Where do we close next week on Monday? Are going to be important. And the reason why I say that about the next couple of weeks is because if dealers are pricing in doom over, or like, let's say from this weekend or through this weekend, and we're closing on a high, they're leaving room for these downside moves. That's good. If you see us close on a low, let's say that like today, you see us close at like, scraping 596 or something, 98. That doesn't look good, does it? Like, just think about price. Like, we're trading on this major low in a cash market session heading over to a weekend. It gives opportunity to go much deeper, right? So pay very close attention on inflection points. What are the lows? Where are the lows? Especially on weekly closes. Like daily close matter, but like weeklies really matter. The monthly close is really going to matter. So just pay close attention to them, see where we wind up. Yeah, so this is what I want to... Okay, so Tippy. Let me explain something. So Tippy's asking a question. It's a good question to answer. So, okay. So we'll make this simple. We'll make this simple. So, here, hold on. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Or let's go to a different... Hold on here. Let's just find like some other stock. We just need a black screen. I've made videos on this, but we'll do... let's do... I don't know, ADP. Perfect. Ooh, ADP looks good. ADP looks really good. Yeah, maybe not. That looks kind of shitty. Okay. Now I have videos on the website about this. You can watch those videos. And I'm not the originator of any of this stuff. This has all been taught to me. So you've got a level, right? And you have another level. Let's do it like this. You got a level and a level. What you think is demand, and what you think is supply, right? Supply, demand. Now, there might be another level down here. Let's do this another way. So you got supply, the level here. Let's do it like this. Get a level here, a level here, a level here. Nah, I don't have enough space, I don't think. Hold on here. There's one. 2, 3, 4. That looks about right. Okay. So you already know that like price goes up, right? Rejects, goes down, goes up, right? Goes up, goes down, kind of like that, right? They go all different ways, right? So there's a few rules here. If you're on trend, when you're coming down into a support level, or what you think is support, let's draw this like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And it actually wouldn't look like that. It would actually be more like this. This is your long leg. The middle leg is usually your biggest leg. This is where all the money is made, believe it or not. Most of your money is made in here. Big money. Trades are normally confirmed when you like lose support, right? You go up and you fail to regain support. Some kind of failure in there. So you're up here fucking around, you get dropped underneath. You have buyers are tired, or there are not enough buyers. This is support or demand or support, or excuse me, could be support, but could be supply. Could be more sellers than buyers. So you break underneath, you fail this. The moment you cross that prior low, this is where the money is. It's like 85 to 90% chance you're going to make money in there. Meat of the trade. Now, as price comes down, even if you stay long, or you leave some what people call runners, there's a less percentage of win in here, but it's still good. It's still like 65, 70%. Now, what you don't care about is what happens here. You don't care if you bounce. You don't care if you slice through for more money. You don't care if you slice through right through it. You don't care. You should be living inside of here and here is the first one. So this is a middle, right? This is the middle, right? But it really isn't. Like diddling in the middle is on support, and this is diddling in the middle. This is diddling in the middle. You never diddle in these things. And there's a reason for that. And you're never long or short. And you're never actually picking the direction. You can get caught in here, right? Slips down, slips back up, slips down, right back up, slips down, back up. Notice how it hasn't broken a low yet? It hasn't rejected that support line yet either, right? So you get your low, then your second low. That shows the weakness, bam, down. And even in here, you're usually allowed to get out before we go down. We'll talk more about that later, like if you have a stop, if we break lower, let's say they fake you out. Low, right? Up, back up again. Tip you back up, back down. And they dip you down. You finally get the new low. So that's a high, but no new high, right? That's a low, but then you got the new low. And you're like, oh, God, it's terrible, right? Blast you down a little bit. They normally give you, so if this is your stop, this is really where you close. You close here. It doesn't matter if it recovers. You can then get long again over here. Like you get out with cuts and scrapes, and you can jump back in over here. And you shouldn't even be getting long or short in here anyways. You should always be waiting for whatever, right? Whatever it's going to show. So you don't care about this part of the trade. This is where everybody fucks up. Everybody fucks up here. Everybody fucks up here. This is how you get fucked up, is in here. Calling it. So if you were waiting and you're down here, you're underneath, you're here, a lot of fucking around, whatever, right? And you see that impulse move, right? You're waiting for this to stop and not make a new low. Doesn't matter if it's right here. Doesn't even matter if it's right here. As long as it stops. And you're also relying upon triggers normally. Right, so you got your 5 minute coming down. Your price is underneath your 1 minute, right? You're looking for a flattening of this, right? Whoop, no. Nope. So you get flattening, right? Something like that. So you didn't get a new low. You beat your prior high right here with this high. You're now above the 1 minute trigger. And now you're with some kind of confidence wanting to get long again. So this is your impulse move. It still has a chance of failure. You can trade this trade. You can even trade this trade, but that's it. But if this holds and starts to turn up, right? This prior high and that prior high, if this starts to turn up off your 1 minute and starts to beat all this crap right here, you're like, boom, I'm long. Stops underneath, right? And you're like ripping to right about here. And then you're back down here and you're back up here. And you're exiting before you hit this. Like money, 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 money. And this is on any time frame. 1 hour, 1 day, doesn't matter. Daily triggers, hourly triggers, weekly triggers, doesn't matter. So when I say things like, hey, so to answer Tippy's question, why am I looking for, even though I'm not in the trade, why am I looking for, does it stop and bounce? Does it turn up before we get there? Does it blast through and begin to do this? Does it slice right through? It shows a few things. The first thing that it normally shows is, are we coming back here or not? If we turn early, or the support holds, I don't think we're going back there. Why? Because there's a shit ton of buyers here. If we slice right through, that means these buyers are fucking weak. So you'll oftentimes see like a big giant squeeze, right? And it'll be like two pumps, like down, squeeze, right? It'll literally go like wham, wham, wham. It'll fail right here. And this is called like a 1, 2, 3 corrective move. And then all of a sudden, right back down. You get 1, 2, and 3. So even though you're not in here, and even though you might think, oh, that's going to hold, bro, Now, if you have velo and velocity, velocity will tell you if it'll hold or not on both directions, up and down. But even with that, you still want to be observant. So if you're on like a daily basis, forget a 1 minute chart. If this was like a daily basis, and these are like 1 day bars, you want to see on a daily basis, does this hold? You know, you don't necessarily in there. I want to show you this too. I got an easier way of showing you this. So delete. So we'll delete all. This is delete because I wanted to post some shit on FinTwit. Now, this is SPY, right? There we go. You know, you don't need to be like a rocket scientist in this stuff. You have declining price heading into OPEXs, right? I want to see like, hey, did we break through? Are we going to break above? You can see right here we did, right? Break above, go down, but we're up again, right? Like you want to see that strength. You don't want to see like auto selling, any of that kind of stuff. And it's not that we're going to break out there, or even if we do, it doesn't matter, does it? Even right here in this breakout, look at this breakout here. So you finally, for the first time, have a breakout. It literally slammed down, up here, slammed down, up here, slammed down. And they fucking tried, didn't they? Gave all the time in the world for Velo to turn on a daily basis, an hourly basis. And they were fucked, weren't they? You knew it before it even happened. As soon as this happened, we began to unwind a monthly. In this case, I think it was monthly. It was April or something. Yeah, it was April. April OPEX. And we unwound. And it's the moment we unwound, what do? Right? Whole position. Unwind, unwind, unwind. Market goes up and to the right. And this works on like this is a day time frame. It's the same as the 1 minute chart, right? Some people are counting this right now like this. I'll show you this. Some people are counting this right now like this. They're saying that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And then 5. We do this like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stuff. We start a new one right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're done. That's what some people are doing. There are others out there that think we're done with 5 too. They're saying that we did it like this. 1, 2, right? 3, 4, 5. Now the question becomes, is this 1, 2, and 3? And then we can start again? But that's not what's happening, is it? See that new low right there? Like, is it there and we're done? Or is it like this? If that's the case, maybe it's down here. There's your 82. And that's how you get your 64, somewhere in there. That's a big question. How do we close Friday? What do we do tomorrow? What do we do over the weekend and over the end of the month. So in every time frame, you want to just observe what's going on. Well, so for me, you guys do a bunch of, you guys are a lot, not you guys, but some people think it's best to just watch. See the failure? Oh, shit. Hold on. I didn't mean to delete that. Hold on. Sorry about that. There we go. Look right here. So this is the high right here. See it? So I draw this up not because I... Oh, wait a minute. You guys can't see that. Hold on. So this is a great example right here. So do you see this tick right here? See this red bar? This tick right here? So I draw that up to watch. Like, did we get the new high? We didn't. So what are they going to do here? They're going to bring this all the way back down to right here. And which is why I don't advocate. I don't actually advocate for, well, I advocate for taking this trade within. That trade for within, but never this trade until it validates up here. So I'm going to show you what happens right now. We did not get the new high. We failed it, which means there's still lots of sellers. So they're going to bring this back. They're going to go all the way back down and check to make sure that these buyers are real. Actually, I get that wrong. Oopsie. They're going to do it right about here. And they're going to check to make sure that these buyers are actually stronger than these sellers. If they break through this, we'll go all the way down and make a new low. And if that's not the low, if when they're checking these instigation buyers, if these sellers are stronger, when they come back to check these buyers, if they blast through all of this, that means that's not the low. That's when you get like your plunge capitulation all the way down. I wish I could flip this up to show it to you right now. Because that's showing that these sellers are still right here. That holds up. They're going to try to get the new low. Right? It'll come back up here. And they're going to blast us straight down to the depths of hell. 1, 2, and 3. And within there will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 within it. That's pretty fucking bearish, I'll be honest with you. And they're going to now switch it to, they'll be right about here. Now, again, we are in OPEX. So, don't look at this shit on OPEX. Like, this is the worst day of the year, or the 4 worst days of the year to be doing this, probably OPEX. So where do I look for information? So I watch a few things. I watch ES, SPX, and SPY. SPX is my go-to during the daytime, and ES is my go-to during the nighttime. What I don't like about TradingView is overlaying ES with SPX or even SPY. If you could at home keep up a screener of all three, that would be how I would trade it. I used to trade a lot of Qs, and I would watch NDX, QQQ, and NQ. I would watch all three. As a matter of fact, NDX is like, if you ever like, oh my god, it moves too fast for me. NDX is awesome. It slows the whole process down for tech. What else? I check every night. I check European markets. I check metals. I check VIX 9-day, VIX 30-day. I check HYG, 20-year, 30-year, 10-year. I like watching other markets in other countries too, specifically the Euro markets and the Japanese market. I like watching foreign currency pair trades. See if there's anything hiding. I also like, if you don't do this, is an easy one you can do. If you just look at all 4 major U.S. indexes, they can oftentimes combined give you a feel for the market and where it truly is. If you don't want to do all that shit, you just look at those 4. All right, let's go back. I deleted a bunch of shit. Hold on here. There's the daily right there. There's a weekly. Oh, is that already in there? There's the daily. There's the weekly. There's the 4-hour. There's the 1-hour. There's the 1. That's your lower target right there. If you were looking for this to recover for a trade, long, you'd want to see that high finally, and then a back test right here. So there's no long here. Matter of fact, we likely go just like this. Unless something recovers. You want to see? All right, so I think I answered that question. Yeah, I don't draw the lines in for Tippy. I don't draw the lines in because I think it's going there. I draw them in to see what happens. It's like inflection. That's it. Yeah, for continuation. If we're on like a major point of resistance and we like poke our head through, I think we're gonna pull back, but I think we're gonna continue to go higher. It's all about like supply and demand. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna go.
Iran's UN ambassador says that Iran will continue to exercise right to self-defense until Israeli aggression ends. Just repeat what's kind of been said already. Just going through again.
Give me like 5 minutes. We're gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back with you guys. I gotta go potty. I'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump.
Oh God, there he is.
Me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
So just keeping an eye on the markets here as we're in the afternoon session. S&P 500 trading down around 0.2%. A dollar index, that's the Dixie, trading around flat.
Just a note of warning to you, we're coming into the 12 o'clock hour. We get new flows. Shank it down. Shank it down. Are you kidding me? He did a post of Obama. Didn't he didn't he say that Obama was going to invade Iran once? I think he said watch Obama's going to invade Iran to get better polling numbers. Keep your eyes on this. If we do turn around, it's going to be they did get this one right here or this one right here. Paying very close attention to these two right here. We did get a new low right there. That's negative. It's bad. That's no bueno. This Wall Street lunch. Today. Baker Hughes at 1. We got shit going on today. God, I got to read whatever. Yeah, I'm reading something here. It says SPX does not react to geopolitical spikes. We know that already. Did I lose the oh no. Out of the wrong there.
Fed's Barkin says no conviction on where trade policy will settle or on how it will impact prices and jobs. Firms still in wait-and-see mode on capital spending and hiring plans. Barkin also says not ready to dismiss inflation risks from tariffs. Can't ignore a spike in inflation if it comes. Price indexes still above target. Nothing urgent in data warranting a rate cut at this point. Job market and consumption is holding up. Barkin says firms say they expect to raise prices later in the year as more expensive imported goods work into their inventories. Israel's UN ambassador says we will not stop until Iran's nuclear threat is dismantled. It's just a repeat of what's been said earlier in the day, but it's Israel's UN ambassador speaking here.
If you guys are watching, you might want to check in the Discord. We're posting some stuff in there for you. Yeah, and they already hit like. There's another trade here too, which is. Here, let me show you this. Let me show you the flip side of this too. So there's this too, which is on. If you look at Bookmap, if you look at fucking Bookmap, dudes, it's like, oh, there's 6,100, and that's at 2,100 today. Like here, let me show you guys this too. There's another side to this trade too. Hold on here, guys. Post this in the Discord. And we can go either way too.
Nvidia shares down 1.1% as companies in talks with Foxconn to deploy humanoid robots in factory.
Hold on here. Like 6100 is set as 9 p.m. on. This is 1:30. Man, I fucking wish we would do something just like this. If you're like watching futures, why do I yeah, that's a good question. So I don't switch so Google's not dumping for no reason. Yeah, it's OPEX shenanigans. That's all it is. Every issue in the market will dump or move or this is all OPEX stuff, Brian. So why do we not switch Bookmap to SPY? I can do it if you want, but the reason is because indexes futures contracts show a cleaner support demand. If you look at like Apple on Bookmap, it tends to look like a bunch of support and resistance at zeros and fives. So that's why when I'm looking at charts with you, I'm like, hey, let's look at the fives and zeros and then 2.50 below and 2.50 above. So the cleanest picture for SPY is normally on futures. If you're looking for where is real support, where is real resistance. You know, there's a lot of like information here too. Like here's 1600. I got to show you guys something kind of crazy. So like if we break down into the close, that's not good. Like we can make a trip lower to like 59.80 on ES, but that's it. If we hold here, we're going to ramp into the weekend. You're going to wake up at 6100 on Sunday. At 9 p.m. if this holds. It's a big do or die right here. Well, not necessarily do or die. You could go as low on futures like 59.80. Was that out? What is SPY looking like right now? Yeah. Well, I'm looking at futures right now, and I mean, there's like this is kind of do or don't here. Things are going to get messy. We did hold this one right here. Get rid of that for the moment here. 12:30. I got a new high just now. Woo. Oh. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Just recovering right here, maybe? Getting asked a lot of questions today. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that too. I agree with that too. I agree with that. Ooh. Oh, dude, what are you doing here? Let's go. Need more pennies. Need more pennies. No, 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 no. Ooh. Oh, so that's still, this one's still alive. We need that one right there. That moves over now.
Iraqi UN ambassador said 50 Israeli warplanes violated its airspace and territorial integrity. Putin says OPEC Plus is increasing oil output, but gradually. Putin also says that Russia is very strictly adhering to OPEC Plus agreements.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase
Ooh.
and save 67%.
Dude, like, all right, so that commercial should have cost them like, let's be honest. Now, you guys know I'm not a proponent of Trump. I liked that commercial. I thought it was funny. Like the first like 3 or 4 times, maybe even 5, I could have handled it. I don't know what they paid for that fucking commercial, but it's like anything you hear. It's reminding me of like a parent that's like, oh, that's a really good Disney movie, and then all of a sudden the parent can like recite it all, and then all of a sudden it's like a nightmare. It's the source of nightmare fuel to ever hear that shit play ever again. Yeah, it's like it's really bad. It's like anything. We got this one now. Well, we got this one, and now this one. We got to take this one out. We already did. We got to take that one next, and then we got one more. We got this one right here. We got that one right there, and then that one right there. 1, 2, 3. Try it again. I don't think it has anything to do with being Trump. I think even like a Trump non-supporter thought it was kind of fucking. You're going to play like a. I was thinking about it earlier. I was like, what if it was like Bill Clinton? That shit would drive me bananas too. Like, I don't think it matters who it is. That's a good meme, by the way. Let me play it again.
100%. And obviously this affects everybody.
Wait a minute.
And any attempt to hurt us, including through the attempts to hit our so-called
What is this?
well, these attempts
Putin is speaking.
problems
This is Putin.
and primarily for those who are
Oh, wait a minute. Something's going on here. I had Putin on and now I don't. I got some wonkiness going on here. Hold on. Like fuck shit. Like, why are we even listening to that fucking guy? Fuck that guy. Well, I think the looks like Financial Juice had Putin on him.
I posted out the link to where Putin is speaking on the Financial News feed for you to watch.
No, it's not there, bro. It was here and now it's gone. I like how they assign news to like the wrong shit too. They're like, so they got like the U.S. prepares action targeting allies' chip plants in China, and they show the S&P blasting down because of it. I'm like, that's not why it's fucking blasting down. We hit 600. Like, it's a giant fucking bar. Like, not the reason we're going down. If we were on a low, we would have traded up to that number. I don't see the Putin thing anymore. Oh, here we go. Here's Putin speaking. I guess the link is back again. Oh, it's on RT News. That's why. No, I don't want any RT News.
said,
This is Putin.
you know, the rumors about
Rasputin.
are greatly exaggerated. You know, the key indicator is GDP growth. In 2023, the growth rate was 4.1%. Last year, it was 4.3%. And the global growth, if my memory serves me right, is 3.3%, which means that we grew faster than the world average. The US had 2.8% of growth, the Eurozone 0.9. So clearly, Russia is demonstrating good progress and is demonstrating good pace. If we discount hydrocarbons, the growth would be even higher. It would be 7.2 last year. I'm sorry, 2023, and 4.9 last year. But this is not the most important thing. It's nice, but it is not the most important thing. What matters is that the composition of the Russian economy is changing. This is key. And 43+% in the GDP is in non-oil and gas sectors and not defense sector. The majority of our growth is ensured by the industrial sector that is not related directly with the defense sector. One thing that we're very happy about is as follows. We keep talking about import substitution, and indeed we've allocated significant financial resources to
SPX looks like shit right now, by the way.
items that are no longer available in our market due to sanctions and due to withdrawal of some Western companies. And now we're witnessing a very positive kind of development. We see more and more products and items that are based on our own solutions, that use our own platforms, that are related to the development of science and the high-tech sector. Now, the share of such products
Just a heads up,
keeps
report on X from the
expanding,
Wall
and
Street
this
Journal
means
says
that
that
the
talks ending
composition of our
soon
economy is
and
changing.
expect
This
a
is
statement.
one
So
of
this
our
is in
key
regards to
objectives,
Iran
one of our
and
key
the E3
tasks.
meeting.
The industry is growing at a faster pace than the GDP, national GDP. And last year, I think the growth was around 7%, 7.2.
Dude, this guy's talking like he's a major world economy. He's like the economy of Florida or something.
1.6 to 1.9, and this growth continues. And this is happening against a backdrop of very low unemployment. It's at historic low. It's 2.3%. Indeed, the price for such tremendous growth of economy, and the growth is very high, the price is inflation, in fact. By the central bank and the government taking necessary measures and efforts, including with respect to the policy rate. And obviously, you witnessed the discussions unfolding in the government and between the government and the central bank. Indeed, there are no simple solutions here, but overall, we have been able to address this issue too. But inflation is in single digits. It's like 9.6, right? Madame Nabiulina would not, right? It's around 9.6%. Some claim that the baseline inflation is already 5%. Well, I've been loaded with numbers over the past 2 days trying to explain to me where those 5% came from. But anyway, the Bank of Russia believes that by the end of the year, we're going to have like 7 to 8%. I think it's going to be 7%. This is what I hope for. And this means that the measures taken by the financial authorities of Russia yield positive outcomes. Indeed, there are issues. There are many issues that we need to address. And the head of Sberbank is smiling, is nodding. Well, why not smiling? I mean, his margin is 5.7%. Whereas major Western financial institutions would have a margin of 3.7%. This is pretty good performance. Yes, in the banking sector, we also have some things to focus on. But our
Let me just see the size of Russia's economy.
situation is stable, reliable, and I count that it will persist this way.
That was my final question. I will keep
Yeah, you ready? So
around for each part
GDP US is 22.9 trillion.
or something that you have in mind to go.
Russia is 1.6 trillion. thesis. We're like, well, the U.S. and you know, the U.S.
To thank
we're 5% of their GDP, but we're gonna do some comparisons with them.
for this great opportunity.
Sounds like little man complex. Oh, you're in Marathon?
Arabia correspondent says, "What the delegations left Geneva negotiations a short while ago."
Yeah, it'll be a hot fucking mess, won't it? Come on, don't fucking drag yourself down. There's the high there. Dude, like,
From the same correspondent, they said that France stressed the need for Iran to return to negotiations to reach an agreement. $10 away from the top of the hour, where we get the US Baker's total recount prior 555 and oil recount prior 439.
on bull, let me look. Hold on. Here, hold on here. Hold on here, guys. All right, let's take a look at all right, a couple things here. Be really careful here. They're like, this is a pretty bearish price action, just so you know. It ain't looking good. They really want the reason they want this low is because of the overnight low. The buyers are much lower. They're like down here somewhere. So they're not doing shit. They're just waiting. We'll take a look at it. Hold on. Let's take a look at bull. Leave. Now, why am I still thinking uppies? Because holy shit. You mean like Weeble? It's not. When did it? Actually, it's not too bad.
Just getting reports here from Iran International on X. They say that Israel's military chief says that half of Iran's missile launching capability has been destroyed in a week of Israeli airstrikes.
Okay, let's look at a chart. This is actually a good chart to look at. Fairly good. Okay, so this is Weeble. Ticker symbol is BULL. What I like about the stock right off the bat is that it's an IPO that's recent. And they did a good job. I mean, they literally fucking launched at the start of a bull market. Ingenious, right? They did a good job. So if you look at Weeble, what happened? They opened low at $10. I would have bought this in a heartbeat.
I'm gonna do a little advert for
$10.
the
It
market.
didn't open at 100.
If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com.
So it's nice and low. So instead of selling it down to the depths of hell, what did they do? They ramped it. And this is how you find out about there's two things to know here. One, everything is accumulation and distribution. That's what it is. And then two, we have new tickers launch every bull run, bear markets, doesn't matter. We launch new publicly traded companies. Now, some of those companies go on to make lots of money. Some of them come back down to reality. Some of them never a failure to launch. Some of them turn into like companies that are in strip malls and they're trading $1. And they were like a darling that was in the front page of New York Times a decade ago. And we like wash companies out and start all over again. Now, Weeble is a slow grind higher kind of a company. They're still relevant and they have a lot of expansion left in what they do. So they're not done yet. When I encounter people, they still trade Weeble. Weeble could become a company, has potential to become a company like Tasty or whatever you like out there. You pick your poison, think or swim or whatever, but they're not even near close there. They do a great job on terms of order flow for sale, which means they have high profits, and they are a new trader's best friend, right? If you like start on Robinhood, usually you go to Weeble next, right? And then you start to expand your horizons with a real broker. Maybe you go to Tasty next, and then you finally get a prime broker, and then you're left with littered brokerages everywhere. And each brokerage has its use, right? If you go to a prime broker, you can get better fills. If you're trying to compose spreads and stuff like that, if you're like a GME or a meme stock trader, they're not going to shut you off if it's backed by a real bank. So you'll find out. Now, anyways, this company likely isn't going bankrupt, is it? So they ramped it up. They sold it to the depths of hell. And they even got it down to, it looks like pretty low, right? $9.54. And they even got it down here, $7. They went all the way down there. I don't know the history behind this. We can look at it, but I'm assuming this was a buyer of some kind. You know, they were down there sneaking. Probably some kind of dark pool down there buying. All dark pool buys. And let's look at its history. Yeah, we're right back down there again. So we're back down in here again. Big old red bar down here. And the bigger question becomes, you know, like, where are they in? So, they bought $7. They bought $9.54. And I guess the question becomes, do they turn up? Or are you accumulating? So the first thing right off the bat I would say to you would be any trade to 702 or 954, buy. That's simple. That's number one. Anything at 954, 702, they're a good company. You buy it. And they had a fucking moon rocket here. You see that? Well, look at that. Oof. Traded $80. So you already know that. And in accumulation distribution, you are looking for a certain pattern. You're looking for a period of time of consolidation. And this could take months. I mean, this could take like 6 months, even a year. But you are looking for this turn up, like so. So I think it's a piece of shit? Probably not. But is the daily trigger flat? No. Still vertical. Has it turned? Nope. Could it squeeze vertical? Sure. I'm sure that's what you want. You might get that. But let's look back here. The daily trigger over here was kind of flat. And it was moving up. See how it was moving up? And do you see how price was above the daily trigger? So if I'm looking at this right now, I would say accumulate. Any lows down here, accumulate. Let's take a look here. You've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So more than likely, unless they're counting that, this is a 1 hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's garbage. So if it was me, take a look. This is pretty bearish. On a monthly basis, you're pretty bared up. They are accumulating on this month, and that is good to see. So here's your monthly bar right here. And this was your low, and they are buying this up. But you do need to break above that, 1168. You need to like break above that 1168, but even then you need to like break out and likely hit that one right there too. Like break out there, and then you're off and running. But you're not there yet. So in my view with bull, it's still bearish. And it's still being accumulated. Now, if you're looking for the breakout trade, you would still want to see first. You would still want to see like that move higher. If you want just the breakout, you would first want to see the move higher. And then you'd be accumulating the back test on $12. But if you want in like low or whatever, I think it's fine to accumulate. The only thing I would say to you would be accumulating at $7 at almost 10. It's not ready to turn up in my view, but I don't think it's a bad idea to accumulate the stock either. Matter of fact, I might accumulate it with you. I can't give you a time frame on I can't give you a time frame on when will this come back up. Like you're probably thinking to yourself, I mean, even here you got like April. It was a really fast squeeze. Like the stock market normally doesn't work like this, where it's like, you know, all the way up, all the way down, all the way up, all the way down, all the way up. It just doesn't work like that. So if you're hoping for that, the only thing that I would say would be adding on lows for some kind of turn higher. And the market's very supportive as we head into the end of this year. And there's December. So it's not like you can't get that. It's just a matter of like accumulating. And I wouldn't personally be looking for a payout that's stupid. And I'd have to check their financials and stuff. It's not necessarily a bad stock. I don't think it's going bankrupt. So my only fear here would be that the only fear that I would have on this stock is that like what was it sold for? $10. I'd go back and check the IPO and see like what was it offered at, like pre-IPO, IPO, like what was this actually offered at? It'd be the only last thing I would say to you on that. And I wouldn't be looking for not say you can't get a huge print early or a squeeze, just that on a and see this right here. You know, you could go through this whole entire like woof on weekly accumulation and easily like swoop down here. You could have a major low in like late summer, early fall. It's not a piece of shit though. So I wouldn't quite call it a piece of shit. They probably make bank. I would bet that if I looked at their financials, they're outstanding. So I'm not going to look at the moment, but unless you do this, so you have two choices. You either look to accumulate lows, or if you get a breakout, you buy the back test of the daily and weekly cross. Other than that, there's not much to say about it. If you're in it right now and you don't want to accumulate anymore, you could DCA, save some money in DCA. And it could be some time before. All right, hold on. I got a bunch of stuff coming out in the Discord. It's probably going to be a buy and hold for a period of time with Webull. The only negative that I see here is what is it worth as a company? Is it continuing to grow? And is it continuing to grow? Is it what is it actually worth? And when will the excitement come with that company? Because you still need like the excitement, all that kind of stuff. If you don't have the excitement with the company, where they're like, hey, they got growth of PE of 30 or something, then they get priced in for what they're actually worth, and they can get shorted into the ground too, just because of trading stocks. You've heard of that before, right? Like CEOs of companies get angry because they get shorted into the fucking ground, and even though they're worth a lot of money. So I don't know it's necessarily a piece of shit, but you buy 10 shares every month, $70, $100. You just sit on it, and I would set a Google News alert. I wouldn't focus on it. I would set like a Google News alert for Webull, and not necessarily like a line. Just like if you see news picking up on it, and it's pinging you, and then you get an alert on, maybe put an upside alert if you already own it, so that you can stay focused on it. But some of the best trades you can do, you just don't look at them. You just buy and hold and forget about it. I told you that story about how I went through a pot stock. I got trapped in pot stocks once, years and years ago. I was the last seller. It took another like 3 or 5 years, and my holdings ripped faces off. So if you ever get caught in something like that, unless it's a company that's going to go bankrupt or M&A, or Weeble's not going anywhere. Weeble is a Chinese company. They're going to get supported from China forever, and they move slow. So, and if you catch a rip and you see the news, you can always get it. You can always exit too. So okay, that's a good question. So James, it is not. It's looking bearish to me. Extremely bearish. What I don't like about today in particular is I would not be trading this. We are in OPEX. So everything today is fugazi. It's all fake. There's a computer sitting in an office saying, well, probably many offices, but and they're saying, I have to do this and I have to do this and I have to do this. There's all these options dying today. I need to put them into this folder and that folder. They have to expire at 0 or as many as possible. And I got to print these other ones. And I got to print these other ones next week. Right? And then I got a roll coming up at the end of the month. So you can't really trust price action today. So if you're like, the only thing you can trust on price action today is if we hit 600, if we hit 5905, or maybe 6050, 6075, it's because of OPEX. If you're trying to divine anything today, it's pointless. It's similar to when you come into an FOMC, it's its own trade. When you come into NFP, it's its own trade. Does that make any sense? So this is not the day to be looking to like a divining rod, other than what's the weekly close, and what's the weekly close is important here, and what else? I think that's it. So it's OPEX, man. There's nothing to be divined here. If we like the reason if you want to know why I think we're going up, I think that I'm looking at where we should go under normal conditions. We should go down. And I'm thinking from the perspective of a dealer. And I'm like, yeah, well, if I was a dealer, if I started selling this down, there's a chance that we're not going to recover. We start blasting down on the bell, and then it's going to get fucking ugly into next week. Or over the weekend. So let me show it to you in a better perspective. If I think there's risk over the weekend, and I think you're going to buy puts at the bell, I would start to like delta hedge out. Well, I would start to like counter trade you almost right now. And also we can hit that 600 again. You come back in here and you start blasting us down. And it also gives us room to trade. You ever notice when we go into like if you ever go to like NFP, go to a calendar for NFP and snap a line on every NFP the last 2 years. If you're trading down into an NFP, we usually will maybe blast down for a minute or two, but then we squeeze up. If we ever trade up into an NFP, we normally blast down. So the dealers are constantly trying to take both sides of the trade and allow for the room for this to happen, these things to happen. So if I was thinking, yeah, we could have something bad over the weekend and the way the positioning is going to be, I'd try to get price up right now if I was a dealer. As best I can into the close, and then leave room for doom over the weekend. Does that help, James? And not only that, like even if you're looking at it from a dealer's perspective, if we closed on a major low, then that brings up a new question, right? Are we going to have a war over the weekend, or are we going to moon because it's a deal? Too much time on SPAC Bull? Yeah, like what do I have to say about Weeble? Like, buy lows. That's it. It's not like Is it on anybody else's radar? Well, making less is sometimes okay. If somebody else is making more, that could be in the moment better. But if you have more potential for not having done anything yet, maybe Webull is your buy for more long or larger growth, more long term. Yeah, so I got some rules to this stuff. Like, there's a pinned post in the I think it's in the Pro Trader. I just talked to somebody to write this stuff up and start posting it. So we're gonna do more formalized stock picks around here, like next week, like being worked on currently, and you're gonna get like a list of rules for what I do, and like I don't get married to any stock, like no stock, zero. Don't ever get married to a stock, and you should have like a basket of picks, like literally at the start of a bull run, you should, by the time you're done with a bull run, you should have like a basket of like 300 stocks. Literally, like anywhere from like 100 to 300, you should be accumulating. Not the stocks, but the symbol. Not owning it, just the symbol. And you should be able to like any week, you should be able to like, hey, I got an alert to long this. And so you jump from stock to stock when they come to you. The reason that you do these things is, one, when you get married to a stock, you can get annihilated. History tells us that. Two, why chase something? Like if something's finally being accumulated, and you're gonna start ripping, and we're still in a bull run, and it's got all the right fundamentals and the right basic technicals, you're gonna make so much more money just by like cycling in and out of the right. Like, why chase something that's already made the move? Like every time you've seen a stock that's like, I don't know, stock does this, and it's mooned like 300%. Like, why chase that? You need to be finding when it's being accumulated, and when it's beginning to break out. This is where you need to be. Like, instead we're all like, ooh, shiny object, and you're the fucking liquidity. They sell into you. So it's like it's almost like a fucking like moth to a light. It's like, ooh, shiny rock. Ooh, shiny rock. Ooh, it's in the news. Ooh, I just found out about it. If you stop that whole fucking thing, like literally just like stop it, and you find out what makes a stock move, and then when you're at the bottom of it, the first time you actually do that as a trader or an investor, and then it becomes a meme, and you're like, holy shit, I was able to accumulate this when nobody was listening. I think that, oh, what are you doing there, Spoons? What are you doing there, bro? Oh, you're perking up there, bro. So, I think the better thing is this. If you don't know me well, if you have not known me for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, some people here have. They've known me for at least 2 bull cycles. Some have known me longer than that. But if you've known me for that long, there are people here that create indexes. Like, we're going to track what Jim James says for stock picks and see if they outperform each bull run. And both times, the last 2, I've outperformed by a huge margin. So if you don't believe me, when we have this next bear market, and we come back into the next bull market, this could take, 2, 3 years. But when we get back into that, we'll start with a whole fresh sheet of, ooh, what's the new shiny object? And I want you to think about that, because you might be new to the market, and every fucking bull cycle, it's a whole new batch of shit. It's like, ooh, it's these 15 stocks in this. We're all gonna long robotics, or we're all gonna long, I don't fucking know, green teddy bears. And you got some companies, like, oh, we're making green teddy bears, bro, but like the green color fades, or they got filling that's got lead in it, or their stitching isn't as good, or it's not even a teddy bear, or they're promising you a teddy bear that they don't even have the machines for. And then you come to find out that there's always been this company that can make teddy bears cheaper and better, and with the right labor and the right this and that, they get that special something. So during that spec growth green teddy bear phase, it like everybody goes up, right? And then there's only one left at the end. And even when they're left at the end, they don't keep going up. They normally like flatline, right? Their growth stops and slows, and they have like modest growth. So you want to like cycle in and out, never believe any of these things. And you want to kind of stay with the trend of these things. So don't get married to anything. Literally, stop. Like there's so many rules. I got these rules. I got them posted. But we're gonna start posting them with each pick, because the rules too are like, I want to buy it here. So like, if I got like I don't know, if I got a ticker like this, and I say I want to buy it here and here, and then I have ticker 2. And I say the same thing. I want to buy it here and here. And ticker 3, and I'm like, I want to buy it here and here. And, if all of a sudden, bam, woohoo, got it. Great. If ticker 3 leaves me behind, okay, fuck it. Fuck you, ticker 3. You left me behind. I didn't get the price that I wanted. But if I do get the price that I want, right, I have like 100 of these, I get my alert. I'm long, and we're accumulating and turning up, and it's hit every rule I have. All of a sudden, I'm now the proud owner of the bottom, and that shit feels good. It feels so good when you're the bottom buyer and this is what not dealers but market makers do. This is their job. They come into market. That there are still to this day real market makers. And they scrape up companies. They do research. They go visit them. They're like, oh, this company's actually doing what they say they're going to do. Their numbers look good, and their price is low. It's dirt cheap, trading for $3 or $1, right? And so they go back and they say, hey, I just bought 50 million shares. So when you see like institutional shareholders, or we look at like who owns this stuff, if the right people own this stuff, what they'll do is approach, like a bank, and say, hey, I'll sell this to you for $1.25. I own it for $1, and we'll run a program and we'll try to pump this fucking company up to $300. You know what I mean? And you start running free press, good press, start talking about them. These guys sell you their own. They go on like CNBC, they're like, oh yeah, ticker green teddy bear company over here, and we're going to create a market for green teddy bears over this next bull run. Or maybe you are. Like when you see all this stuff, it's all money. Like everything is money and power. I want you to think about that in life, like the accumulation, the distribution of money and power. And it's a cycle that goes, it's a story as old as time. It goes on as old as time. You just don't ever want to be on the distribution end of money or power, do you? So think about it like that, I guess. And you want to make sure that you're in the right, what's hot right now too, right? Or like, what are people thinking about right now? Or at least good fundamentals, or the growth potential of company XYZ or whatever. There's so many, like, I got a whole written out like thesis on this, and it works every fucking time. It's pretty much what a market maker does. So I have someone working on it right now. Inside the Discord, in the pro, I don't even know if that channel's been made yet. I got like 2 announcements for you. I don't know if I can say it on the show. Okay. I'm not going to say it on the show. But if you're a pro trader, we're working on some like, here, I'll post it in the Discord. I don't want to say it publicly. So, that's the stuff that we're working on, like right now for the July. So, a couple things. I'm staying home for 4th of July, and I won't. The show will be here, and I'll be doing briefs and stuff for you. But I will be working on this stuff like actively, so that you have like regular updates, posts, write ups, like the white papers. When you like see something on FinTwit, when you see some when you see something like I saw something on FinTwit this morning, and I was like, oh, they didn't cite that stuff. I'm like, they came from these white papers. So, you'll get like a write up. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna get like, anyways. And that's what I found out like recently, that people were selling like 4 stock picks a week for like $300 a month and shit like that. And I was like, fuck no, we'll do that for them every month for just included. So, yeah. That's the plan. The next, that's not the plan, but it's one of the plans. It's being worked on right now. There's like someone actually working on it. So there's like consistency and follow up and all that kind of stuff. God damn it, dude! Grind me the fuck out. What time is it right now? 1:30. No new high. Move it over. God damn it! I gotta add now. I get that price up there or no? I heard good things about it. What is this place? Ooh. This place looks really nice. God, they just want that fucking low. This place is nice. Ocean Key Resort and Spa. Ooh. And they got a bar. Ooh, ooh. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. I just saved that one. No, I'm adding again. I fucking hate OPEX. I do, like, with a passion. I should be outside drinking fucking rum right now. Instead of eating muscle relaxer and I'm sitting in a chair. Oh, hold on here. What am I looking for here? Pro. God, look at that. Ugh. Gross. Look at that. Nose to nose. That looks bearish as fuck. Look at that. Oof. It just wants to fucking knife to the downside now. That shit wants to blood. That's your weekly low right there, too. Just check ES really quick. Still have more down to go. Trading on ES 6012. It wants to trade 5980. Here it goes. It's already blooding. It's going to go down here. It's going to go all the way down. It's going like all the way down here. It ain't done going down. If you look at the buy on ES on yesterday, it was at 59 or the not the buy, but it should trade all the way down to 59.7650 the whole way. Like shank. This is from earlier. I posted this earlier, didn't I? Oh no, it's not support. It's ES. It's futures. No. There's nobody pulling us down here. Make it better for you. Does that answer your question? Can you see the gray and black bars here? Okay, ready? I am a dealer. Over here, right? So I offer up ES, SPY, whatever it is. Doesn't matter. SPX, whatever. And other markets have their own versions of this too, right? So I offer up SPY right here at 4 p.m. Do you want to buy this, right? At this price. So you buy it, right? You take your money. You come back in at 6 p.m. You see that trade right there? So the dealer comes back in right here at 6 p.m. until 9 p.m. This is Asia. You see that? No buyers. This guy at 6 p.m. says, oh, no, I can get it cheaper at 9 p.m. Market blasts down, right? Remember this price right here, okay? Buyer comes in at 9 p.m., buys it all the way up. Says lower than New York. Bought it. He took it to like right here. You see it? Right there. Took his money and ran. Dealer comes back in, offers it up. Europe goes, nope, I don't want it. Bring it down to me to like 2:30 in the morning. In this case, same place as Asia, right? So they buy it again. Starts to fail on it. They wait for 4 a.m. U.S. cash market open. Now they got two buyers. They got euros and U.S. first thing in the morning. Also at 4 a.m. you get, sorry, this is 2 a.m. They get sent to the downside. Oh, shit, got to buy here. U.S. jumps in. Now you got two buyers. More U.S. buyers come in at 7 a.m., right? We push price back up again. You see this right here? The dealer from New York is now square and flat. Do you see that? So the dealer is able to trade SPOOs for all these other markets. Now, sometimes it doesn't come back. But in this case, it did. Right? Now, I want you to remember this guy over here. I want to remember this guy right here. This is 2 o'clock Europeans, right? So dealers are neutral right here. You'll notice that these guys that are upside down, they take the price up, and their market is also closing. So the price comes back down to where the dealers have it, and the dealers offer it up. Do you want it or not? To U.S. market. So the U.S. people start buying it, right? They offer it up again at 4. Make sense? Dealer is now flat again, right? See how dealer flat here, dealer flat here, dealer flat here, right? So then you're going to look back to where the bottom was right here. Does that make sense? You can just use this as the bottom in this case, over here. It's kind of like 9 o'clock. Asia didn't buy it, did they? Could be news overnight, Russia doom, whatever. And Japan or Asia goes, fuck that, ain't buying that shit. So it goes even lower. Right? You can actually see if they came in to buy right here. This is 2230. They probably bought right here. That's 9 p.m. No U.S. buyers. Start looking back in time. You see that low right there, right? That major market low. So they came in again and bought at this last low, last place of support. They bought it back up. Same thing happened, right? U.S. buys it up. All of a sudden, we're neutral yet again. Dealers take it all, our U.S. market brings it all the way back up here, and look where we are. Right there, you see it? There. Dealers neutral again, right? New York doesn't want it. So they run it all the way back down to where they were buyers again. And that's that same place back there, right? So you're going across markets is my point. You're going from U.S. and through all of this, there's a dealer offering it up, right? There, 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 back down again. So if you're looking at price right now where we are, here's ES. We know a few things, don't we? So here's ES, right? Close of U.S. market right here. Comes all the way down. I'm not going to show you back there, but you can just see it for right here, right? This is 9 p.m. Remember where market was closed over the week or over yesterday? And you got doom, 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 doom. Remember that yesterday? That was 1 p.m. right here. So we traded all the way down on doom yesterday, right? Iran, nuclear war, World War III, awful, awful, awful. Right on the daily trigger. Right? Okay, so we wake up this morning. We know we have a pin at 6,000, right? So what did we wind up doing? We traded all the way up, right? And you got everybody figuring out as we get closer to cash market that we're going to trade 6,000, right? We have a pin at 6,000. If we hadn't hit the 6,000 and did this, we would know that we would hit it here, right? Instead, we hit it right off the bell. Slam. There's your pin. Now, we know that those buyers were where? Where were they? They were right here. They started buying here, 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 right here. And then they went wham, wham, right? So we know, or we think, we're going to assume that the biggest buyers are right here. The next thing we're going to assume is that if they were willing to buy right here, and here, and here, that they're likely willing to buy right here, right? We also know that there was a gap left behind. Do you know why we leave gaps behind? And do you know why we close gaps? We leave gaps behind because of exuberance. And we also leave gaps behind because of information that turns out to be different. So in this case, yesterday, we said, we're going to trade 6,000 at some point tomorrow off of this doom. It's fake illiquid market. If we can get down here in the close, we should take it to 6,000. We did that. So then where are the buyers? Well, we're in cash market right here, right? This is New York market now, right? We're in U.S. cash market, right? And you know that flows are coming in at 2 times, right? You know that flows are coming in at 10. And you know that flows are coming in at 12 to 1. Right about there. Right? Now with your daily trigger or your hourly trigger, you know trend is down. And you know this is turning up. Or so far it is. Price is above. Right? But we haven't cleaned this up yet, have we? Right? We got a gap lower. Gap lower. And this is our last known buyers. We also know that in U.S. markets, what are the New York people doing? They're slamming it down. What are the New York people doing at 1 p.m.? Slamming it down. Why? Who are they looking to buy again? So you've got like 2 choices, right? You've got the choice of the New York buyer coming in at 4 a.m. This is why when you hear people say close the gap at 4, because they'll say, the New York people are in here, right? New York market starts right here. But did they show up again today? Well, it looks like they showed up right here. So they bought. So the New York gang showed up, whoop, slammed it up, and they were just told no just now. Oof. That's not too good, is it? So you got flows coming down, and you got more New York flows coming down, and these guys just tried to buy twice. So is Poop Island holding? Yeah, it's holding. Like this looks like a good Poop Island to me. But your last true buyers are lower, right? They're down here. So you either want to see a new high here to go into the close. And if you make the new low, which you did, right, or we did, this looks like it wants to go down to find the new buyers again, doesn't it? Even if we're trending up. So if you have trend, now you got trend there, trend there, trend there, trend there, but where are the buyers? And what are they working off of? And what are the dealers doing in here too? So the dealers service what you want to do, right? So the dealers don't really care. The dealers don't really care if you're from market to market. They're like, you want SPY for $100? And they're like, nope. They're like, okay, I'll chase. So now I'm upside down $5. Do you want it for 95? And I own it for. I'm a dealer. I own it for $5, right? Keep listening here because it's important. So I own SPY. Let's say I own ES. It's $100. So I offer it to New York. Do you want it for $100? And they go, fuck no. So what happens? The price goes down, right? Now I'm upside down, right? I'm a dealer. I'm like, shit, I'm down $5. So I go to the next market and I go, do you want it for $95? They go, nope, I'll wait a half an hour. So half an hour passes. I'm upside down right now. I'm all fucked up. I'm like, okay, do you want it? $90. And they go, yeah, I'll buy it. So you're about to hand them for, or there's like there's 10 people. There's 10 people in the Asian market saying, no, I want it for 90. And you're offering it for 95. And you know this as a dealer. You know there's like 10 people there offering 90. So you go, nope, I'll just wait until next market or something. Or, yeah, you want it for 90? Sure, so they buy it for 90. You go to the next market. And you want a SPY? And they're like, yes, but I want it for 85. So you give it to them for $85, right? So it's now going down more and more and more and more. All of a sudden, I've got at the New York market, 4 a.m., I've got, instead of 10 people, I've got now 100 people. They're like, hey, I'll take that for 90. And you go, no. How about 95? And they go, yeah, I'll pay it for 95. And how about 96? How about 97? How about 99? How about 100? Matter of fact, how about if I just give you a couple of you, of the 100 people, I give 10 of you at 85, 10 of you at 90, 10 of you at 95, 10 of you at 100, until I get back to volume, right? More traders. Before you know it, the price goes up, let's say, to where you were neutral. So remember, I'm leaving New York with an illiquid market. So I'm offering it up to 10 people. And the price goes down and down and down and down and down, right? I'm offering it to these 10 people. And then by the time I get back to that liquid market and the price is really low, and now I've got 100 people that want it for a higher price. So now I'm raising the price across the way, and I'm actually getting neutral at that point, back to where I was with the $100 in a liquid market. Does that make any sense? I don't know if that's making sense to you right now. So let's expand further upon this. So if you didn't know why, and sometimes, let's go back to this for a minute. So oftentimes, so this is ES. Oftentimes, SPX and SPY will follow. Hold on. Oftentimes, SPX will follow exactly with ES or close. Maybe it's a little bit lower. Does that make sense? But sometimes you have these gaps in overnight. Sometimes you don't. If we didn't have this gap down here, on this day that we were closed, you would expect this to hold here, wouldn't you? Theoretically, right? But you've got this inefficiency down here that needs to be cleaned up, doesn't it? Does that make any sense? Yeah, the overnight gap, if it's small, it can be very helpful to you if you're, trying to sell or even trying to buy. But whenever you have such a giant ass gap like this, it calls into question. And not only that, you've got buyers here, here, and here. Now this is holding on right now, but the closer we get into the close, and you get less buyers, let's talk about that. So if we get into 1600, and if we have waning demand in New York and no new price, if we don't, right? Let's say the buyers start disappearing and they start hedging with puts. What happens to SPY? It starts to bleed, doesn't it? That's how you get like a blast down in last 15 minutes till 6 p.m. There's no buyers here. They're over here. And what is Asia saying if it wasn't the weekend? Let's say it was like a fucking Tuesday or something. You know, Asia, the people in Asia are like this guy over here is like, oh, fuck that noise. He's like, I ain't buying shit until it comes back here. Does that make sense? All of a sudden you got, hey, what do you got? Bat wings, right? Does that make any sense? Even if he buys it and then London buys it, there's no bad news. Comes into US and you're back in line again with trend. Right? Now sometimes these inefficiencies are tighter. Maybe they're up here. A little bit of a bloodbath. Or sometimes they're right on board. Like you had buyers, no inefficiencies, just buy, demand, right? Buy. And so you go, hey, we're going to gap up tonight. And they go, why? How do you know we're going to gap up? Well, because they've been fucking buying for like 3 goddamn days, you know, in Asia, London, fucking New York. And you just start getting like Asia jumps back in, I want in, and then dealers are chasing to the upside. Does that make any sense? Now, this is holding right now, isn't it? You see it? So this is U.S. market, buyers, U.S. market, buyers, U.S. market, buyers. So we have a window right now, don't we? We have a window to go up in U.S. cash markets, don't we? And depending upon where price closes today, or you begin to see buyers, you know, I'm out of here. Bye-bye. Sorry, bro. We start, if we're down here, we're blasting down here, right? As a matter of fact, if we were to squeeze up in cash right now, up here, do you think that these guys, sorry. So let's say we blast up here, right? Sorry. Let's say we get lots of buying here to the close. I want you to think about the Asian market buyer over here. And I want you to think about, you know, this guy over here on Thursday and this guy over here in London. And let's say we go up into Sunday futures. I want you to think about what would it take for the Asian market to buy that. I want you to think about, like, what would it take? So before you even get there into the Asian markets, before we even get there, let's pretend right now, right? So today's Friday, right? So you've got Asia over here, right? You got euros over there. And you've got the close on Thursday, right? So I want you to think about something. You have the prior high on Thursday, and you have the prior high on Friday. What would it take for these people to buy Sunday futures? Do you know? Let's look at it for what it is. So you've got Asian buyers, right? Now, is that Asia? I think it is. Let's pretend that's Asia, pretend that's Euro, pretend this is yesterday. What would you need to be a buyer on Sunday futures? Well, you would be looking at this prior high here and this prior high here. You would want to see the market crank up over these two prior highs, wouldn't you? So then you wake up on Sunday and you would say, oh, I'll wait for it to come back down. Right? So now we're at like 9 p.m. and 2 a.m. And is there any good news? We came back from the weekend. We wrapped up all of the Iran stuff, right? Well, shit, yeah, I want to buy that back up. Comes back down. Euros buy it, pump it back up. Now we're in U.S. market. So you come out here, and now it's like Monday. And you're like, woo, we solved Iran and Israel. So now it's like 10, 11 a.m. And who gets out there? Asia and Europe. They're closing their markets. Now, if the U.S. isn't a new buyer at 10:30, where do we go? If you don't buy that shit, and you got like all the Americans are like, nah, bro, let that shit come back down. As a matter of fact, the hourly trigger is right over here, bro. So all of a sudden it starts floating back down. And as a U.S. buyer, it's 10:30 or 1:30 in the afternoon. You're like, I'm going to buy that back up. So let's say something else. If the market fails to go higher into the close and there's no resolution over the weekend, or we get doom. Oh my God, they're doing craziness. The wire's picking it up. What are we going to open up on Sunday? Where would we open on Sunday? More than likely down here, wouldn't we? Sunday futures would open likely right there. Who's doing that? Dealers. Hey, bro, do you want to buy this again? And what is like Sunday US is like? Oh no, man, they're still bombing. Okay, so we're gonna go down to the next place it was on offer. Does that make sense? So let's look at this close today. In our case, we know that the real buyers are down here from Thursday. We also know that we're in the U.S. market right now. U.S. market is currently accumulating. They accumulated here. They accumulated here. They accumulated here. There were sellers at 10:30 and sellers at 12. Slam it down. So we're kind of at that last place for U.S. buyers to take it higher, right? And if the U.S. buyers fail here, that's a dealer, by the way, that green box. What do dealers do into this close? Well, on a Friday, we close at 6 p.m., don't we? I think, right? I don't think we trade 2100, do we? I don't think so. 6 p.m., right? Yeah, that's what I thought. So 6 p.m., like offer it up. Does any Americans want it? Let me ask you that question. We're coming into the weekend. There's probably Israeli and Iranian. Are you going to add to your position today? More than likely not. So if you're not going to add to your position today, and we get any bad news over the weekend, where do we go? Right? It actually wouldn't go there. Because in this case, we had a day that we were closed. We would go, what? First to the Asian buyers. They're over here, right? This is where they last were. They were over here. Here they are over here, too. Somewhere in there. Right about there. Here? Or was the last place that they were? Woo! pretty deep. Right about there. These guys are gone. So let's say we go over here, right? Let's say we're over the weekend. We could blast all the way down there, couldn't we? No bad news. That's where the Asians are down there. So that's like CFDs over Saturday, Sunday. You can Google search for yourself CFDs. Nothing bad happens. Wake up or we come out Sunday futures. They're going to offer it to you in U.S. futures, right? 6 p.m. If you're willing to buy it up, they go up. Then we come into what? 9 p.m. on Sunday. They're going to ask the Asian crowd, hey, are you willing to buy this? Asians more than likely will look back on the U.S. open at 6 and say, nope, I'm going to wait to where the U.S. is. So oftentimes see like if nothing bad happens, a push up from U.S. futures, back down again, and then you'll get U.S. and Asia ramp up again, right? Euro pours on Sunday will hang out over here, back down again. Now you've got Asia on or U.S. on board at 6 p.m. You got Asia on board at 9 p.m. You got 2 a.m. You got all these buyers in here. Right? And think about that. It's 2 a.m. So you get U.S. coming in at 6. We roll down here. So they pump it up, right? Whoop. So then you get Asia in here. They pump it up. Whoop. But comes back down, right? Euros wait. Now it's 2 a.m. Euros will do it for a little bit. Oh, maybe it fails. And then all of a sudden you get U.S. in here. 4 a.m., 7 a.m. And you ever notice how we open flat on Monday? If nothing bad happens? And you got dealers trying to sell it down, murder all your options over the weekend. But they're all buyers here. And they offer it up again on Monday, right? Oftentimes we go down on Monday, don't we? So you got to find out who's here. And you'll oftentimes see something else too. Remember that the Asian crowd was here and then the Euros were here. You ever notice on the Monday we'll pump it up? And then it's what? The Euros go home, they go back to sleep. And they're waiting for US to buy it. And they're like, oh, I'll try to buy it. We go down like this on a Tuesday, Wednesday, and we're back up again. If you get my point. I know I said Euro pours. Well, they're not really Euro pours. The real idea here is that when they... Okay, so I'll explain the meme to you. So let me explain the meme to you. So if you saw a rip up into this close, right, above this prior high. So you got this prior high right here, right, at this Thursday high, and you get the Friday high, right? If we pumped up here into the close before we get to futures, so if we like crank like this into the bell, right? And someone ever asked you like, hey, what are the Euro pours going to do, bro? Or the Asia pours? You're going to say they're not Asia pours, they're Asia riches tonight. And people don't understand the meaning of that. They're going to buy this shit. And it's normally because of good news and good sentiment. If you're buying it up like this and then it's like Sunday night and everything is passed and we get a deal. So like, oh, I'm in Asia and I'm like, oh, they ripped it up to a new high and the close on Friday. Then we got some kick-ass news on Saturday and Sunday, and it's opening higher. I got to get in on this before the Americans do. So we have Asia riches, right? Or Euro riches, right? So they're like pumping it. And the real poors are who? New York poors. So you get New York poors. So they're like, I ain't buying that shit. So you know what I mean? So it goes over repetitively back and forth over and over and over and over again. So that's how you think about from market, not mark to mark, but market to market. It's like, what is going on from these previous markets, and where is the dealer in all this too? And when are they neutral? And when are they going to drop price and raise price? You want to be thinking about like how many buyers are there? What are they willing to pay for it? What is the news? And then what does a dealer need to do to get back to neutral? Like, what is neutral for a dealer? And what is neutral? Probably somewhere right here, right? Dealers chasing, dealers bring it back down. You want to bring it back up, bring it back down. Discount window right here. So at any rate, when you are, if there isn't a large variance between markets, you're probably pretty good. When you come into an intraday trade in one day, you can do this on higher frames too, like a week or a month or whatever, but I want you to think about it in this case, a daily basis. So we open the U.S. cash market. You want to know what the highs were in the prior market, what the lows were in the U.S., New York market. You want to know, well, you want to know the weekly high, the weekly low. You want to know the monthly high, monthly low too, if you can. And then you want to know, but more importantly, on a daily basis, like an intraday basis, the first things you want to know is what was the prior day's high, prior day's low? What was the pre-market or after hours the day before high and low? What were the high and lows in the Asian session, in the Euro session? And then what are the U.S. highs and lows in those sessions? Now, normally they're not too out of whack, but sometimes they are. So if you're like, well, I remember on Thursday we were closed and we let that shit bleed down to not zero, but we went pretty deep, didn't we? So I want to know now where are the U.S. buyers, and if we lose the U.S. buyers, where is the next place to buy? So I want to go back and look at the Thursday buyers, and I want to go back and look at the Asian buyers. The last time they bought, where were they? And I want you to think from their perspective. So when you think about who's on each side of a trade, oftentimes U.S. traders, New York traders will be like, I think it's going up. But you have to think about who's on the opposite side of that trade. Or how long has somebody else been in that trade where you haven't been? So if they're not there to help you make the market go higher, it's kind of like you're like, me and my boys are gonna kick your ass, so you beat up some guys, and you're the leader of the pack, and you're walking down the road again. You're like the gang there from New York. I feel like, hey Warriors, right? The Warriors. Hey Warriors, come out and play, right? So you're like out there, you walk to the next fight, you beat up a bunch of guys. All of a sudden, you go to the next group of guys, you're going to kick their ass, and you're like, we're going to kick your ass. And the guy goes to you and who? And you go, me and my boys. And all of a sudden, your boys aren't there anymore. You turn around and you go, they went home to play. So let me ask you a question. Are U.S. buyers here or not? The answer is yes. If you lose this, what does that mean? It means that the U.S. buyers are no longer here. And you can divine some stuff from this, can't you? We need to get a new high in the day. We need to close strong to open strong on Sunday futures. And if we can't get there before the end of the day today, we begin to lose U.S. buyers. I want to ask you, do you think that anybody will be there to buy this market at the close today? And the answer is no. The Asian buyers will wait for the news over the weekend. The U.S. buyers will wait for the news over the weekend. And then Sunday futures will tell us more, won't it? So repeat this over and over and over again while dealers service and try to get back to neutral at the same time. Does that work? So when you hear things like, why can we possibly trade that low? It's because of that. So when you're looking at where are the buyers, you have to think about different markets. You have to think about trading ranges in prior markets. Not necessarily you have to trade them. We sometimes leave gaps behind, don't we? Sometimes we go back to revisit those gaps. Sometimes sentiment is so good that until sentiment turns bad, we won't return to that gap for a period of time. So let's say we've got so much good news, everybody's euphoric, we're just blasting higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. There's probably a dealer out there going, I got to get us back to this gap to close. I sold these, these ES contracts for $100. They're now worth 300. And I got to get them back to 100. I'm going to lose 200 to these people. So as soon as that sentiment changes, I'm going to start selling into these people, right, with a lot of what? Contracts. You want it for how much? Or you want to sell it? Or, you want to sell it for this much? How about I only offer you $100? And so the price of ES goes blasting back down to where the dealer was upside down. And round and round and round we go. Anyways, that's why the markets don't go up and down to some extent. Or no, straight up or straight down. Does that work? I don't know if that works or not. I might be fucking some of that up. I should have wrote this down and then edited it and then presented it. But I'm being asked off the cuff a bunch of this shit in the Discord, and I'm like, okay, fuck it, we'll talk about it. But I hope that helps. So back here, we know that this is the U.S. market buyer here. They have to hold this for us to continue to go higher into the close. And we also know some things, don't we? We know that Americans tend to buy hedging at 1550. We also know that we are in OPEX, which is unnatural. We also know that dealers today want all options to die. Every quarterly option, or as many as they possibly can kill, to kill. They want to murder them, like murder, 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 murder. Why? Because traders take out or open trades usually on a couple easy things. Not all traders. But a lot of traders do one of two things. They're buying and selling on zeros and fives. They're opening and closing on or near zeros and fives. And they use nice, easy dates. Two of those dates to open positions would be the first week of a month. And they would have a target date of OPEX. Sometimes they'll go a week or two later. The next most common place where people open options or spreads or options for spreads would be end of month. So you've got OPEX, then you've got end of month, and then you've got a week after. Now, what is another reason why we don't open those trades farther out from OPEX? Why is OPEX the biggest one? Well, if you open up an options chain, new options are only released at certain time periods. And oftentimes, the farther out you go in time, you only have so many strikes or dates available early on when those options are available. So if you're like looking a year out, 2 years out, start looking at the dates that are available. If it's an illiquid stock, like not many people trade it, not many people interested, you have to find enough people to sell options for it, right? Or the dealer is like, I'm not going to offer that shit. Or I offer the bare minimum, right? I'm going to give you an OPEX, right? I'm going to give you an OPEX on Friday. You got a little bit of liquidity. I'll do Friday every week. And I'll do, OPEX in month end, maybe. Something like that, right? So the more liquid the stock is, the more options can be offered, the more liquidity there is. And that's true, too, because what? Dealers are the dealer of last resort, right? If dealers were just offering you whatever the fuck you wanted, they would go bankrupt. Like they have to offer you something for that option at some point, right? That transaction, they have to like offer liquidity when nobody else will. So there's like a bare minimum they have to do. But if it's an illiquid thing, they're not going to offer that many options and that many dates. Now, the closer and the more interest grows in a stock or an index, they start to open up more blocks, more dates, more strikes. If there's a ton of interest, sometimes you'll see like half strikes, 125, 125.50, 130, 135.50. You ever notice that in an option chain? There's more demand, right? So on this day in particular in OPEX, we have a large amount of options expiring. And that normally isn't you. It's not normally you that's going out there and laying out $30 million in SPX calls that you've had out there for 3 months or 6 months or even a year. And those millions and millions and millions and billions of dollars start to add up, don't they, into trillions sometimes. So there's this huge mechanical machine that's running right now. So even today, it's one of like the worst days to be trading, in my experience. And you've got like computers that are trying to resolve all of this throughout the course of a day and into 6 p.m. tonight. And they have to button it all up, don't they? Like it has to all be square by 6 p.m. tonight. So you'll see funky things happen too, right? If you, matter of fact, on an OPEX, specifically this one too, if you have an open spread or something and you don't close it today, you will be assigned the worst possible fucking assignment on it. Like, hey, I left the spread open. I was in the money making $1. By 6 p.m., they're going to take that away from you, especially if you're selling options. So you'll see more fuckery after the bell today, after 4:15. And you're exposed to that as a seller of options. Not as a buyer, but as a seller of options. Anyways, I wasted some time. Any other questions? What are you talking about? Saying Asia is not. It's like you're like, what about New York pours? I'm a New York poor. Yeah, I guess we are all slightly racist, aren't we? That's where that stuff comes from. When you hear that, like, do we have Euro riches, Euro poors, New York riches? You can usually tell what they're going to be. They're basically saying they're buyers or they're not buyers. And they're not buyers because they're poor. Same with New York people in the morning. I ain't buying that shit. Let that shit come back to me. The big question here is, what are we doing to the close? Let me just check my options over here. Oh my God, I'm getting annihilated. I think this happens to me every OPEX. I'm like, fuck, I'm going to sit here all day long. I think I said that this morning. I'm like, this morning I posted in Discord, I'm like, I'm going to be suffering through this whole fucking day. And then we're going to get the trade at like 4:15. Well, that is gaps. That's why we have gaps. And that's why we revisit those gaps too, right? We revisit these gaps. And what's crazy too is we will revisit these prices at key intervals, like at the end of a quarter, end of a month, end of a year, end of 6 months. And sometimes we'll revisit on end of a year, but we can revisit prior years, of course. You guys killing me. And they will come back and close the gap eventually. When that company gets delisted, they'll come back and revisit that fucking gap. Every gap gets closed eventually. Maybe not an S&P. I've seen gaps get left behind, but it's an index. Oh, here it comes again. Uh-oh. Am I going to get paid today or what? I'm getting eaten alive. Uh-oh, it's right there. There it is. I'm going to add some more. I think I might own the entire 597 chain. Mm-hmm. I wasn't looking. Hold on. That's what do I call that? That is probably a pin. That looks like a condor, 1-day condor. Let me look. Oh, no, you're wrong. See, you're wrong. You guys don't know what you're talking about. So you guys are wrong. Just let me check this really quick. Yeah, I got that right. I got that right. No, you always look towards, well, you look for towards two different things. You're looking for like SPX and SPY and ES are all different products. I trust in cash markets SPX, period. And then I like trading SPY. You'll get like a bunch of people that'll tell you no. I like it because of the liquidity. And I trust ES round the clock. But I like to look at all three. Come on up, baby. Hit that supply. We got to sell more. $5950, 5900. Net gamma. Give me the ramp. Give me the ramp. Yeah, it did hold. Yeah, 596 held. That is the gamma flip, right? 596. Yeah, that held. Yeah, there's nobody that's wrong. Yeah, people have their own reasons for trading each thing. Sometimes I hear people say, some people hear, no, wrong one. Some people here say like one is better than the other. Some are better for different things. Dude, what the fuck, man? Why doesn't that work? Just broken, maybe? Not that I need it, but I gotta build one of those. Huh? Um, I was going to argue with people about like only. I've heard like only like what's the meme about like only degenerates or stupid traders trade spy. That's not true. Yeah, even like Vol Wiz is like, hell no, you trade spy. Like zero dates for spy are fucking phenomenal. And then the Greeks aren't true. Like though they're true, but they're not true. There's like first and second order Greeks, and then there's like OI and IV, and then you can people be like, oh, if I trade from $10 to 15, you're gonna get paid X amount of dollars. I'm like, that's not true either. If I do it between today and Friday, it's going to trade this amount of money at this time and this price. And I'm like, that's not true. Not on SPY. And you're doing your calculations, not using all the calculations. Like you're just like doing like, or how deep are you doing? You don't know your option interest at that point in your IV. You don't know a whole bunch of stuff. You don't even know just about demand. That's unknown. You can't even calculate it. So like just get overrun with demand. There are unknown unknowns to option pricing, even for small windows. So I know that's not true because I trade SPY zero dates. We're gonna fucking crank this close. Crank the close. I love when I get paid. I'm like 99% sure we're going to crank this close. Fairly certain. We're going to rip faces off here. I think. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that market brief I did? When I was like an input to the Greek like the Greek wine makers. Something stupid like that. Get rid of that. You don't need to see that anymore. Doesn't matter. I made some really bad dad jokes in a brief the other night. You don't need that anymore. That doesn't matter. That's all that matters. That held. See it right there. That's all you need to know. Yeah, I like the better tax treatments, and I like the better tax treatments, and I like the assignment, the settling to cash. I like. I also like that theta doesn't work as mechanically as brutal as on SPX as does SPY, but you don't make near as much money either. So nowhere near. When was the last time you had a SPX contract print you like 3,000%? And the cost to trade that contract too. And the risk if you lose it is big. Same thing with futures. Like futures is weird too. Like people are always like, oh, yeah, like futures is great. And then I met a prop trading firm and they're like, fuck no, these guys get blown out day and night. I'm like, you shit me? Like, no. They're like, it happens all the time. They're like, they'll argue their point, but then get blown up. That's why we have prop firms. But if you're like degenning like intraday closes and shit, like super ramps, SPY is the way to go in my view. It's in and out, fills the money that you want. Liquidity is there. And big gains. Oh, he fucking right does. You goddamn right. Just print this fucking 6,000 for me. Let me go. I'm gonna go potty really quick. I'll be right back with you guys.
According to the FT, Japan scraps US meeting after Washington demands more defense spending.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
We have posted out the article on the feed for you to read through. So taking a look at the article then to further read, Japan has cancelled a top-level meeting with the US after Trump administration abruptly told Tokyo to spend more money on defense, sparking anger in Washington's closest Asian ally. Secretary of State Rubio and Defense Secretary Hegseth were due to meet Japan's Defense Minister Nakatani and Foreign Minister Iyawa in Washington on July 1st for annual security talks known as the 2+2. But Tokyo scrapped the meeting after the US asked Japan to boost defense spending to 3.5%, higher than its earlier request of 3%, according to three people familiar with the matter said, as including two officials in Tokyo. So the new high demand was made in recent weeks by Elbridge Colby, the third senior official at the Pentagon, and sparked anger in Tokyo.
It's right on, like, it's like where the muscle attaches to my. Money. Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. Did I just delete all that? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Just want to check something here. Look at that shit. This is the monthly high right here from, that's what I wanted to see. Hang tight, guys. Those muscle relaxers are only good for like 4 hours or something like that. They're really tiny. Just ask for another one. See that right there? Sitting like right on the monthly. Get a little bit closer here. What was the monthly SPY high? May. Historical prices. 595.54. Is that because of the that has to be because of that has to be because of the divvy. Sorry about this. I've got the SPY highs right here. So this is the SPY high for May. I just want to check it. I'm going to go back in May and just check it really quick. There's May. I've got the 29th. I've got 596. I've got 594.30 there. And then maybe they have official closes or something. Oh, I got to take this. I'm like dying over here. I've got like super spasms going on. I'm going to get slurry speech here for just a minute. I don't fucking believe that. Give me the Yahoo Finance. I think that's some AI bullshit. I want the monthly high. May 1st. High was 595.54. That's the official, but that I don't know if that's the ex-div. That could be the I don't know if they put the okay, here's the div. $1.69. I got that div. I wonder if that's calculated in or not. I wonder if that's calculated in. 595 54. Right there. And they're fucking trying, aren't they? Let's check this weekly. There's the weekly right there. Is that May? Yep, that's May 19th. Put this back on for you guys. Sorry, I'm just checking rid of the pivots. I think I just deleted a bunch of shit that I shouldn't have done. Oh, I thought I did have my camera on earlier. The monthly high. The week high. Oh. When I went to the bathroom, I was looking at a chart showing QOPEX and OPEXs. I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta sit here for this because they're not like I'm watching this like 6,000 gamma bar here, and they'll do anything not to print this shit. They'll print this shit next week, but they don't want to print it today. Sometimes they do, but oftentimes they won't. Anything to not print 6,000. And the bar is still there. Let me check. Yeah, it's still fucking there. This is the gamma flip right here, by the way. Think. We're in positive gamma, by the way. How do we add another 100? They can only do 3, right? $600's at 2 cents right now. What is SPX 6,000 trading at? There's a good chance of a chase. I'm just watching the SPX and SPY option chain. SPY's at 3 cents right now, 2 cents right now, 1 cent. So it's close. They're almost worthless. I got a shit ton of 597s, bro. I got like fucking 1,000 of them, so we'll see what's up. I just added another 300 pack. I got a lot of them. Well, it's not really weakness, man. It's just like ability to move. We should get like we should get a big trade up today or Monday. If we can get some down over the weekend. We get a little bit of down over the weekend, like trade 92 over the weekend, but we're doing it right now. So like we're trading this right now in cash market. I'm surprised. I thought we wouldn't hit this until, and we're holding the gamma Chase. We're holding the gamma flip right now, man. We're sitting on it right now. This is a positive gamma right here. This is actually good, not bad. It does matter if we close underneath it, though. I think we ramp the close. I think we're going to get like 30 points straight up. If we had like pinned, if we had like waited to trade 6,000 at the end of the day, I would have said sell the close, but I think we're going to ramp it. We hit 6 early today, bro, or earlier this morning. So I think we super ramped the close. I don't know if it's weakness, man. It's like freedom to move. I call it the window of movement. I feel like it's a misnomer and you get smoked on it when you call it window of weakness. We just ate that what do you call it? My wife just rubbed my back out. It felt good. We didn't do that, Chase. We didn't test the Thursday low in cash. Maybe you can hit that. It depends on where we wind up today in the close. I was going over it in the stream earlier. I was like, like if we close in the low here, we get any bad news, we're going down. Matter of fact, if we close in this low, we're going to go down on Monday regardless, I think. We'll go to like, I think I was looking at it. It was much lower. It was like 88 or something like that. We were looking at it on the stream, like where that low is. Let me just show you this. If we close down here, we will trade this come Monday morning. Oh, hold on here. If we close down here, we without a doubt trade that on Monday. Even no bad news, we trade that. So I don't know. I think we trade this, or I want to see us trade this to allow room for our doom. My preferred is what should my preferred is? Yeah, it's like this. Hold on. My preferred is that we close the day like this, go down over the weekend, and then back up here for NFP. Fail NFP, fail the 30th, and that's where the real bloodbath comes in. And the count is right too. Count it now. Yeah, the count is wrong. Well, I don't know. I guess you could count it like this. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I prefer this one right here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's still 7. Yeah, I think we're going up. So the only thing that sucks is maybe I was thinking of this too. I was like maybe there'll be a deal over the weekend. We just don't know about it. Like the count's not matching right now, so I'm like, we're like I keep waiting for like bad weekend news, and that would match that count. But maybe there's a deal we don't know about. The only problem that I see here is that the gamma's still on. It's still a huge ass bar. It's at 381.3 right now. It's fucking huge. So if we don't print it, right, and they all expire, you would expect the inverse. You would expect blood this, but then like a super fucking ramp on Monday. So you would buy if we blood this close, you would buy the Monday open. I just don't like it. I would prefer to like go into the weekend at 600, and have some weekend doom. But I realize they don't want to pay these 6,000s anything. There's so many of them. It's fucking
CNN,
stupid.
Citing a Western official, says the Iranians said they will not meet with the U.S. delegation for direct talks while Israel bombs their country.
And this matters too here. Well, this doesn't matter. This is the monthly high from last month. You can take about 20% of it. If you take more than 20% of the monthly candle from May, oh no, baby. We're going to dance to the downside, which is like closing under 592, 590.
Well,
End of month.
it's me again. It's Donald J. Frick.
And we're right here again. This is 593.73, and we traded 592. Like these are all like bad places to be with negative volatility. Real bad places to be. We're like one event from a fucking straight down. I don't mind it like intraday or even overnight. I mind it like over a weekend right now. Like if you lose the month, then if you lose 20% of May, you end up sweeping all of May. You take all of May, and then you take 20% of April, which is, we can go look at it right now. I think it's 64. So here it is. Here's the monthly candles right here. Price is like right here. And that's fine. You can actually go down like you could do a wick down here. You go all the way like down to like 90, 92 with like a wick on like 88 or something. But like you start like if you have like an event over the weekend or the end of the month down here, you lose that. We're going downtown, baby. They take this whole candle. We'll take that whole fucking candle like it's nobody's business. This whole candle right here. You gotta remember that like this month buying, they want to buy a dip, Just not that much dip. As a matter of fact, there's the mark right there. That's 72, but once you roll that, you're gonna go down here and you're gonna create a candle and you're gonna wick it like there. And if you lost 64, you would then start trading this would be a new market low. Right there. You'd trade most of this one, or you'd trade be trading this whole thing next, which is the indecision candle. Right? See it right there now? Or not that one, but if you blasted through this one, or you did 20% of that, you'd be fucking bam right down there. Whoop, all the way down. We're close. Sometimes that's good. Like they'll like the pushing price all the way down there. It's not necessarily a bad thing yet. Like cheapest price possible, right? Most pain you can give. But I don't like that kind of pain with what's going on out there. I really think that it's unknown unknowns. I don't really think that you can fuck around with Iran. I don't think that Americans understand that they don't give a fuck, or because they're, in my view, they're Shiites. So, or my experience with Shiites and Sunnis are two different people. Some of them keep a black book and they'll remember that shit forever, and some of them won't. And Shiites, they don't fucking forget anything. Yeah, I realize that both sides are, like, I don't like talking about this stuff. I'll talk a little bit about it, but like, I was like so frustrated because I'm like, I know that Trump was frustrated about it for many years. He had made commentary about that shit for like, before he was president. Like, he was making commentary about it, I think, when Obama was president. We can solve this in like a weekend. You know what my issue with it is too, mostly is, I think I talked about it on the show the other day, which was the thing that scared the shit out of me the other day was with that press conference. That press lady was like, everything is top down. And when you're in an executive role, when you're like the boss or the leader, you really do have to rely upon people to help you. You really do. Like you're gonna have like diplomats and negotiators and intelligence and people that perform actions for you, operations, right? You have to rely upon those people as an executive, especially something this big. And if you're like winging it, where it's top down, there's two major issues. First one would be, if I was your adversary, I would immediately shift all my resources towards you specifically, and that includes Israel too, right? If I was Israeli or Iranian, I would go for Trump directly. And now I only have one person to focus on to get whatever I want. That's any adversary. If Trump was relying upon all of these, like bottom up kind of, for him to make decisions, even if they're his people, like, hey, like, I don't know, I'm lockstep with Trump, but you need to like rely upon those people. And if you give the air or publicity that you're not, I think it's very dangerous. Because I would immediately, if I was Israel, I'd be like, well, fuck that. stop doing intelligence or stop trying to like influence intelligence gatherers or diplomats or this or that. And I would just try to influence Trump directly. Like, hey, man, what can I do to get what I want? And I think we're kind of in that space right now, too. I think we're in that space where I'm not assuming, I'm like educated guessing that at some point Trump said directly to Netanyahu, you do what you need, or I don't want you to do this, but if you do this, I will have your back. And they're gambling, or they have a gambit saying, he said this, and he's not going to listen to anyone else. So we're going to do everything that we can, and the moment that we can't, or run out, or we need their help, he will make that decision for us. And I'll hold him to that discussion. Now, I don't know if that works or doesn't work or whatever, but it's a problem. And so he's getting dragged in right now. And no other president was dragged in outside of like mowing the lawn, all that other kind of shit. He's being dragged into that conflict right now, and it's a lose conflict. Either side's a lose conflict. And so you just try to like temper those things. I mean, this conflict's been going on for how long? Millennia, or since recorded history. And so you know it's always going to be, or it's going to always be there to some extent. And it's not something you want to get quagmired in. It's like something you have to manage. And both sides will try to drag him in my view. So I think it's very dangerous. And both sides are not from the perspective of, his perspective in any way, shape, or form, or his experience, or I think it's very dangerous. I don't trust either of them. I don't trust Israel, and I don't trust Iran at all. Neither side. Got a big sell signal above, by the way. Again, we are in OPEX, so all outcomes are off the table here. I do have a hedge on. That hasn't moved at all. I never got an Estow hedge. And I never put on a Q's hedge this morning. At 6,000, I didn't put one on. I didn't have time. I was going to do a Q's hedge, but I didn't have the time to do it. I think I'll get another chance. I think I'll have one more chance this week to do it. I didn't get the price that I wanted either. Like I like the UUP hedge because it's out in July. And I still don't have a hedge for fall either. I have no fall hedge. I haven't gotten a price for that. I got UUP as a hedge from now into second week of July. I don't have the Q's putback spread on. I got fuck ton of 0 dates on here. I own none of the market right now either. I'm pretty slim picking here. Unless there's something we don't know. That would be the only other thing I could think here. Something that we don't know. There's something known about Israel and Iran that we don't know about. Something that's not public, which is possible. And that's still sitting up there too, that bar. It's weakening now, finally. It's turning yellow. Yeah, it's going down. It's going down now, finally. Starting to weaken. Now it's at 312. That fucking bar can go down nice and low. We could crank. Not a lot of time left, though. We got fucking half an hour. Print my motherfucking money, dudes. I got a bid on 2 cents on 590. All right, I'm going to add some 96s. Now I got 96, 97. If you get 95 down, I'll buy all those too. If they get 95 down to like 6 or 7 cents, I'll buy all those too. I'll buy this whole fucking chain. They print 45 yet? Nope. And they haven't printed fucking 50 yet either. $59.50. They're gonna try to print $59.50 now. And $59.45. We got like Max Payne at 580 today and like Max Payne 600 on Monday. Excuse me, 600 on Monday. I want this fucking to come off here before we get into the closing bell here. I don't think we're gonna get it. What's the delta on 596? Dude, it's at 0.618. Let's fucking go. Oh, God. Like, I'm under fucking 7 right now. Let's go. Let's go. I gotta pee. .48. What's 97 at? 0.28. Come on. You know you can fucking print this shit. What is 595s are at 0.15, man. Come on. What's the 600 at now? That's worthless. 0.0108. Tell me you can't fucking run this shit up now. I'm gonna have to get a call spread here for Monday. I ain't buying none of this bullshit. Or Wednesday. Pin like this. What are calls for Wednesday looking like on 600? 23rd, 24th, 25th, 4 days. 25th. The 600 looking like 0.25. Fuck is up. Twentieth, third, 593. Bye. Print 6. $5.99, $5.93. What does that pay? 26. Still kind of garbage. What about on Monday? What's that fucking print? Ooh, that's a good one right there. $5.93. Don't go up yet. I'm not going to tell you what I'm adding here. 593 600 C's for Monday print, 600 print, almost 200%, 150%. Holding the close. You kind of have to hit 600 though. Balls of this fucking early shit. Fucking Monday. 593. 36 cents. Hold on here. Now these I believe in. I only want 25. That's it. I mean, if you're gonna pull this bullshit into the close, yeah, dude, ramp this fucking shit. Fucking bullshit. This shit ain't going down, dude. Start fucking printing, like. All these are dead, man. Like, I got a fuck ton of fucking calls here. Come on, baby. Just want to see a big giant fucking whoosh. Here we go. There we go. Dude, you know you're going to fucking print my shit. Get up there. Five minutes left. Bastards. Their call spreads are already up though. I got the call spreads are up to $308 right now. And they were at like 274 earlier. These fucks, man, print this shit. By the way, calls on next week are printing right now. And those were all fucking hella small fucking delta. They were all looking like dog shit too. Or like all the Monday calls looked like dog shit here. I thought we would have hit this upside later in the day. We hit it early this morning, but I'm shocked that we didn't hit it so we could sell this market over the weekend. I really think we're going to get a deal over the weekend with this low end, unless there's someone out there that thinks they're going to get this fucking market is going to explode like up with all this fucking bullshit, and it's going to go fucking vertical. It is. It's going to go vertical. They took this shit all the way down this whole month to the month of May. It's going to go fucking vertical. We took our money when? The 12th? Yeah. This is where we are right here. We're actually sitting right where we longed the market. This is right where we longed the fucking market the last time. We're like a tick. We're like a tick above it. No, yeah, we're right where. Where's price right now? Price is like parked right above where we bought last time. I had 6 cents on 96 for a minute. And that last OPEX in May, Where's that last OPEX in May? No green bars. God damn. Ah. I just sat here all fucking day long on another fucking OPEX. Fuck. Oh. I fucking hate OPEX. I fucking hate it. It used to be so good. It's not good anymore. Oh, it used to be such a fucking sweet ass thing. Now they're trying to pay me fucking 3 pennies on fucking 96. Fuck you, man. Get fucked. My fucking spreads are banking though. They're at nope. Yeah, they're 336. Nope. This bullshit, man. Now we're gonna go up and hit it. Fucking oh, I like miss yeah, we're now above the monthly high again. God damn fucking 0-day traders. You used to be able to do this shit like right at the close. You used to be able to do it into the after bell, and now every fucking swinging dick. I just looked at the volume on this shit, and it's stupid too. 10,000 fucking 0-dates in here. Oh. Yeah, right? I know, and I still get a little bit of value, and nope, now they're taking it away now. Now they're gonna come through with the fucking murder bot. And it's gonna get worse after 6. There's a whole fat chain to eat over here. God. And now I don't think we can sell the weekend. Maybe. I don't think so, though. Now in my view, we ramped the over the weekend here. I wish we were at 600 going into this close so bad. I wish we actually sold the open. Or I actually wish we didn't ramp the early morning. I wish we bled the whole day out and then ramped up into 6 to sell. Now I can't sell it. Like, I'm not willing to put a put spread on the weekend here. No fucking way. Let me look at puts really quickly for Monday. Yeah, they're kind of cheap. But they're still like 592s or $1.47. They're going to be worthless on Monday. Like 592s are $1.48 right now. So you're going to get eaten alive if you go straight. If you write a put, or not even write. If you just if you own a put, it's a garbage trade. On SPY it is $1.46, worthless. And you're already at 592, so you're claiming that we're gonna go blast down below support, which is bullshit. That ain't happening. We're going up here. We just back tested gamma flip like twice. So I don't see it. I see like a fucking face ripper on Monday. I wish it was the opposite way. Maybe it's, I don't know, show support in the market. I don't fucking know. I'm missing something here. All right, I'll see you guys on Monday. I just torched like a shit ton of money. I bet you I'm red this week on options. Like on 0 dates, I might be red. I gotta go and look at my book for this week, my P&L. I don't even want to go back to the page and see it because I know I'm flat or under right now. And I got what do I got sitting here? Fucking, I want to start swearing right now. It's 4:05 right now. I don't know why I have that there. It shouldn't be there. I'll hope and fucking pray. Okay. I will see you on Monday. We have a couple things we're going to talk about. So if you want to know where do I think we go on Monday, preliminary expectations for money up. Us closing like this, we're going to hit 600 minimum. So I want you to know that. Like, this is not that this close is like murdering 600, but we should ramp up here again on Monday, or at least the open on Sunday. I would want to see 6,000 at least on Monday. I think we're gonna sell down from there, and we're gonna hit some major lows. Let's go here and just take a quick look for a preliminary for you guys over the weekend, just so you can see. There's a lot of fucking like fuckery right now, and let's go take a peek at it. But let's go right to an hour, and what I want to show you is this here. Like, can I go to the trigger screen? Where are we at? Get rid of this. Okay, so what I wanted to see today was before we opened, I was like, I'd rather see the 600 up here and have it fail. This is like a fake wick, and then go down, and then up, and then down, and then up. Not happening. What we ended up doing was we went early, hit that up here, but we didn't quite hit it. So if it was me over the weekend, for where we are, and the fuckery, I don't know if everybody's on the same fucking trade and cash market. I always feel like I'm the one that's doing this. I'll be honest with you, like, or maybe like I was watching on FinTwit this morning and yesterday, and like nobody believed that we were going to 600. And on like Thursday low, I was like, we're going straight to 600 on Friday. And we ramped that shit so fucking fast up there. I was like, is everybody in the same fucking trade? They have to be. Like, everybody's going to be in the same trade. Because I'm like, it didn't happen at the end of the day. It happened so fucking fast. That looks, and then they did it in fucking, in pre-market. They ticked it on the high in early morning, like just for a second. So I'm not calling it like fuckery, but this market is one of the hardest markets I've traded. This like, I'd say the past Past couple months. I know it's a summer trade, but summer trade's normally not even this hard. So the fuckery here is like astronomical. And I got something else crazy for you. So in a normal QOPEX cycle, I would be expecting for this price action, truthfully, this price action, I'd be expecting us to be down on Monday. Like straight up, like down. Like we should be down, but we should be closing on the high to go down. So that ain't happening in my view. This is bizarre. No war, I guess. But like, dude, like we're going to like there now and there. Like this market landscape is changing so fucking fast. It's literally so fast. It's like time or price is moving so fucking fast that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And you're gonna get the high right there. And I think you even break that. I don't. I'm trying to figure out like why this is Wednesday. Yep, 1600. That's good. Oh, hold on here. And like there it is, right there too. There's the 5th. That's June 5th. There's the low from the 30th of May. This market's like switching from like down to like up. God, I wish we got that fucking. I would have loved like that 600 trade like right there, and then just fucking boom downside. And it's still not there. You guys not seeing this? Like, I'll show it to you better so you can see it. It's like somewhere in here. I think it's like, or even over there. There's no liquidity grab, and there's got to be one. There's one in here. Oh, wrong one. That one. That's one, right? Nope. 1, 2, 3. See that right there? 1, 2, now 3, and you're at a low. I wanted like 1, 2, bam. And that isn't even guaranteed. Like this here is not even guaranteed. All right, no need for that to happen. Monday at 9 a.m. This is not required. None of that's required. 1600. Right there. Tuesday, where's Tuesday? Tuesday 1600, Wednesday right there. There it is, and none of this is required. I wish so bad that we were like just a liquidity grab. Like just give me like do this nice liquidity grab up here at 600, and you've had like the the high, the next high, next sellers coming in here. This didn't beat here, so I think this is all fucking fake right here. This has to be like OPEX shit. It's got to be. These sellers are up here. Or if they're not up there to sell this down, then these sellers are definitely higher. They ain't right here. It's never that clean. So we're wanting something like this right here. Normally you get that nice little fucking that little break up there. Whoop. Slam. We didn't do it yet. So up is the way. I don't know. I think up is the way, like 600. I can't tell if it's at 4 p.m. or 9 a.m. But I want some liquidity up here, minimum. And a chance for buyers to step in. So up is the way right now. I will give you a brief over the weekend. Yeah, I'm not, there's a lot of fake fucking moves in here. Let me look at ES really quick. And, you know, I got to show you something else, too. Like, here's ES, right? Wrong one. Let's get all this shit together. Like, this is, like I saw this over on Thursday, like this held. And we're on fucking positive gamma on Qs. So, like, we back tested fucking daily trigger. We went up, right? And this bullshit, like, here. Like, you got that there, that there. You know, if you fucking wake up and you're down there, then, you know, there's your fucking wick there. There's your wick there. Before you know it, it's up there. Like, there's a scam. I ain't buying this shit. Like, I'm not fucking buying it. And we're above the monthly. Hold on a second here. Now, you see this shit right here? Look at this shit right here, too. Like, we're above this wick. There's no conviction. Look at this month here. Like, look at this fucking monthly candle. We haven't given this monthly candle up. Fuck no. This is Q's. Same shit. And prices above the fucking wick. There's like a scam going on here. IWM. Same thing. There's like a fucking major ass squeeze in here. It's still valid. Even this is valid. I'm on the stream. Can you give me a few minutes, please? There's that top wick right there. But we ain't below this shit either. Now, Dow Jones should be the hedge. And this looks right. And this looks right here. You're hedging Dow Jones over here, and that looks fine to me. And like a grind. And I think this underperforms into the summer. I think we're in a definite downtrend in DIA, or at least underperformance. It has risk, like it's more like this for Dow Jones, I guess. No break. I don't think it breaks out. And you can actually see the monthly rolling here too. Let me go back and look at this Qs. That looks okay too. It's not rolling. I will say this: the week is not good. The close on this week is not good. That's negative on Qs and SPY. It's not good. But there's room even next week. Like, there's room next week to fucking look at Qs here. Like, there's a lot of fucking room for Qs to go down and not be bearish in July. So, I mean, I want to see some fucking destruction early if we're going to collapse. And we're not seeing the price movement. So, like, I'm just not seeing it. Like, look at this down here. Like, this is not fucking bad here. We did this on fucking, like, we sold the 12th, right? So here's the 12th. We sold this. We went all the way the fuck down here. Back up again, right? Yeah, it's a higher low, but... And that begs the question, like, this is a fake wick right here. So... Let me show you this down. Let me show you guys this, just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. It's like this over here. Like, this fucking guy sold right here. Right? Bam. This fucking guy sold right here. Bam. And it's holding. And bouncing. And there's a reason for that bouncing. It, like, we go way, way down, right? It's like, that one there, that one's holding. And it's telling you that there's demand here. And if there's demand here and we don't lose this, you know where we go? Right the fuck back up there, like moon. You overpower these sellers enough, and this fucker's going to go vertical. The spot up trade's still there, too. That's still fucking valid, too. And if you don't get fucking new lows, like this weekend, end of month, and even if you get them, one down doesn't make a fucking a cake. So, like, they go back up here again, right? They're gonna try again and slam this down for like end of month and shit. And even if it's just one time, it doesn't make it a fucking trend. So, what you like this fuckery right here, this will result in a fucking violent ass move up, because you're you're literally like, let me show you what it looks like. Like, can I hide all this? Like, if you look at this here, right? Like, this is SPX, right? Like, they bought it. And even that right there, this is fake. See, that's fake. All that shit in there is fake. It's like, I want to see that up there. And the reason you want to see that is because you're counting like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, like you're looking for that. And we still haven't seen it. So, like, there's a... oh, shit. Hold on. Ah, fuck it. Let's delete it all for right now. So, like, you can see where these guys are. They're right fucking there. And yeah, they're buying it. They're buying it. They're fucking even buying this. I would have way preferred, way would have preferred that move up this morning. I would have been like, fuck yeah, let's sell it down. Bam. Bam. This is like all bullshit right here. In my view, it is. Like you want to see shit like this. Violence. See it right there? I want to see like, no. Oof. Find new support. Oof. We're not seeing that, are we? Instead, you're seeing like this move down, right? Immediately bought. Wham. Now think of it like this. Up there. That's not weak. That's strong. And over here, you should have seen like, bloodbath down here. You didn't see that. You saw more buyers stepping in, like right here. Wham. I don't know. I'm not seeing it. So this is way more resilient. I would have loved to have seen like a crater like that. Like this right here. And then like wham, straight down. Something like that. And there's a fucking low. There's a higher low. This is a fake wick. We're in like quarterly expiry. Anyways, I want to see that. Yep. And then I want to see that down there. Or at least that 90. We'll figure out what the fuck that. From there, we'll find out if we're going up or not or down. But a little bit more up here. And there's a max pain for Monday at 6,000. So up there, and then we'll go down. I am not seeing it, and I don't like these no lows. I don't like that sentiment hasn't changed. I don't like that they're accumulating still. I don't fucking like it. And the crazy part is this: is what was looking like, or what should be like you should see like a break, like bloodbath down here, bloodbath down there, bloodbath. You're not seeing it, just like trend. So you stay on trend like this, you know what that means, right? Declining downtrend with no break of downtrend. This results in fucking moon. And I mean like fuck 610. They get something like this. Like if you're not breaking downtrend, you can see the break of downtrend right here. Even right there. That's break a trend right there. You can see it. Under trend. Bloodbath down here, then creeping back up. I ain't seeing that. Seeing no fucking break a trend right there. I ain't seeing none of that. Even up there, I ain't seeing it. No like blood, failure. I can see the setup for like, blood this down on Monday if there's like doom over the weekend. But if you don't get that fucking doom, like if you don't get this doom, Rampo-Ram on Monday. It's same shit. Rampo-Ram on Monday if you don't get any doom over the weekend. If you don't get any Israeli or rain shit, Rampo-Rama. And then this thing's coming down right here. You can see it right there. You only get so many shots. You can see this right here moving up. So I wouldn't even give you that. Matter of fact, if you're 1, 2, 3, if you hit like 605 up here, we're going. I want to see like under. I want to see blood. I ain't seeing it right now, so see it right there. And all you need to do is beat this one right here. Actually, you got to beat that one right there only. And then you would take that one out. New high. There's your July 30th right there. We could go fucking vertical. We could go straight fucking vertical. We're like one, I don't know. We are like one like good tweet, not tweet, but like Russian war ended, tariffs, no more tariffs, Israel thing done. Like we're like one resolved away from this market going fucking vertical. We really are. It's like this market's so wound up, like, and it's like all bullshit too. Well, not all bullshit, but a lot of it is. Like tariff stuff's all bullshit, and then at this point, it's all bullshit. And then like the economy is great, consumers great. You like literally have an end to Ukraine-Russia war close. You hit like you wrap up like 2 or 3 of those things, fucking. It ain't even gonna be pretty. It's gonna be a fucking mess. Now is not. Yeah, like it's more than that. Like when you see guys on like Tom Lee or whatever, and they're like, this fucking shit go to like 720 like tomorrow. They mean it. Like I don't think it's gonna happen like that, but it's like the 1990s. Do you guys ever like? Do you guys ever go back and watch like the 1990s and shit, like 98? Like we were like down 30%, then up 50. Like it was like violence to the upside. I don't know if this, I don't think that we quite do that right now, but it's wound the fuck up. I'm promising you that. Like it really is. It's very much like the bottom of this market. It's not too far off from it. Or we went vertical. We're literally like 2 or 3 agreements away from going fucking straight up. I see the downside move too. Like I see the downside move to 560. Like I'm not that guy where I'm like, we're just doing this. Like I can see both sides of the trade. But that dude, it's so wound up. Like, whew. I don't like the short setup over the weekend, Chase. I don't fucking like it, man. You like so. Let me tell you why, man. Like you should have. So I bought a hedge at 600 earlier this morning. When we were at 600, I bought a hedge. I bought some dollar up, stocks down hedge, right? UUP. But I wouldn't fucking buy a hedge right there. Fuck no, man. If you got it this morning, right, at like 10 a.m., you got a hedge, then you're fine. But I don't fucking like they've been fucking murdering people on these fucking like downsides, dude. They're like fucking, just look on the put call chain. It's stupid. Like, I mean, one of them is going to work. I'm not saying that like one of them is not going to work, but what, you blow fucking 100 grand by the time you get there? You make 20 grand, 30 grand. You know how that goes, right? It does. It's not pretty. You got to be on the top of like every high right now to be hedging, and that's already dangerous as it is. So, like let's look at a thesis here. Let's like top line it. bulls have not bought the market. We know that. Even the data says it. Bulls are like, give me 5.64, give me 5.90, and make sure we've exited OPEX end of month, and let's say the first week of July, right? To go balls deep and in. That's me too. So bulls are in charge of that. They're not stupid. Hedges are coming on the market. That's all good, which is all primed for going up, right? And then like you're trying to like, and I'm not saying we're not going to get down over the weekend. I'm just saying like you're like going like 2-3 days a week. You're like, we're going to sell this close and get down, and you can see it right here. Like this is what if you're a seller, I know what you're looking for. You're looking for that shit right there. I know what you're looking for. You know what you're looking for. I know what we all know. You're waiting for this one fucking goddamn boom, boom. And we're not on a high. We're on a fucking high. So I'm like, I need to be in high. I need a liquidity grab. I get that trade. I get it. But like sitting right here for what? It's either going to be up or it's going to be down over the weekend and by Monday back up again. That was the trade right here. And that's a fucking fake wick. So if I was a seller, it'd always be up here. I guess if you're short right here, then you're fine. Sweet, you got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I get it. But as a seller, you know, it's the same bullshit. They sell you down here. They bring it back up by open on Monday. You get nothing, and then you get your ass handed to you. Even if it's only a two pump, right? Like 1 and 2 right here to come back down, you should still be right here. So I don't know. It's a hard fucking sell, man. Like, and all this is predicated upon Israel and Iran. Like, feuds could go down, I guess, or CFDs could go down over the weekend. You could see like minus 200 or something. Like, seriously. But then what? You come back on Sunday and it's like fucking minus 150, minus fucking 100. And then all of a sudden futures are fucking flat on fucking Monday. You're going to be pissed. So, I don't know. And this is turning up. You see that turning up? It's not quite there yet, but it's close. It's fucking close. You only get so many shots at it. Maybe that's it. So, I don't know. Let's look at something else really quick before I go. There's a lot of fuckery right now, man. There's a lot of fuckery. There is no doubt about it. And like, we're like max equities. No one's willing to sell. Even if we go down, I don't think you get capitulation. This looks good. Or no, that's a 1 hour. That doesn't work. Only 30. And like, this all looks good here. Like for bears, this looks good. Like this daily is getting fucking shitty. The weekly's looking shitty. But you got here, like, look, let's look at this. So SPX on a 30. Look where we are. Look where the fuck we are right now. Like we just hit this one right here. So just like forget price for a minute. We're like somewhere in here. And we actually kind of right here. So like, you know, what did it result in? You know, this fucking resulted in a fucking moonshot. Wham. So the window is closing soon. And the result is up. So even if it's just down a little bit, up, down maybe, but it's still up. It's like up. So buyers are poised soon, I think. The only other thing I would say on this is, let's look at this year here. So this is June, right? Yeah, that's all bullish there. The only thing I can say here would be, I don't like the neutralness of, I don't like this right here, this like daily velo being down here for that trade right there. And I see that trade, like that World War III nuclear trade. I mean, I do see it with velocity. Let's go back and look at some prior years here. So they think we're in 2019. I'm trying to see what I'm missing here. Let's look at 2019. Okay, so here's June. We were down in 2019 into June 19th. We cranked. This is what McGilligot thinks, that we go up and just kind of like, or he thinks we're right here. Not the exact same date, but he thinks we're right here. And let me show you what that looks like. And we're kind of there right now, kind of. You know, like we're not this stuff here, but we are like coming off a low like that. And he's saying if that gets defended, like if this gets defended, he thinks 2024 we mooned higher. And we do crash eventually. But this was his fear right here, was this. So let me show you what that looks like right now. So over here, his point is his basic point is if you can't get price deep enough that it goes like this, like down one more, and then it starts creeping. And because you couldn't break here and you have that high right there, you go like bam, 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 bam. And it's fucking moon time. It's like all this is predicated upon price getting lower and no buyers. These fucking buyers they're still buying, And if in that window, like the window of weakness that Spot Gaming likes to talk about, like you only got till, you got till right about there. You need like more like down, down, down. You need this rolling over. I would have loved this to be like right up here and just send this fucker straight down like wham. That would shake buyers. Panic buyers, freaked out. Bye-bye, see you later. And we're like one step away from like a resolution. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. If I see anything else, not tomorrow, I'll see you on Monday. We're still showing the trade to 560 right now. But if we do go down to 560, we should get the liquidity at 610, 612. I would think maybe even a new high. Like I want to show you this too. So if the thesis is we're going down, right? I'll make this simple for you. So if the bear thesis is valid, right? And we're going to get rid of, hold on. Somewhere right there. So if the bear thesis is we're going all the way down here, right? Early, like right now. It like fucks with like the count, not counts, but like where's the high, where's the low, where's the high, where's the low? It really does. And so if this is the low, right? if that's the low right there, it's like there. It's like right there. And that's because you've got this like sequence. The sequence is this becomes like a 4. So that becomes a 3 right there. That's a 3. 3, 4, 5. If you're like done with this, then this becomes a 5. It's like if you're done with this sequence, then you still need that last high. Does that make any sense? I think I got that right. You'd have like that becomes 1. That's 1, or this is 1 right here. This whole area is 1. That's what it's got to be, right? 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because you never lost this. You never actually lost it. You never broke you never broke any of that. Never broke any of that. That break right there is like 3, 4. And you never broke it you never broke it fully. So here, ready? Look at this together. So this didn't break here. That would make that there. You'd need the break, right? Trend. And this is your 5th right here. Let's just look at it. Matter of fact, that goes over there. It goes right here. You actually see it. Ready? Wrong high. It's right here. I'll make it look just like this. Ready? You can see it right here. Holds, 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 holds. Okay, goes under. Got it. Goes under. That makes sense. We're still higher there. Start your second sequence right here. Holds, holds, holds the whole way. Holds, holds, holds. It is right there. And there's something even scarier here. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Down. These aren't guaranteed, but. And there's another thing here too. Like, if this holds up, slam it down. 10, and then down. And that's like the 7th of July right in there. right there, yeah. Sorry, hold on. Below that, right there, right about there. Because we didn't break this one. We didn't break that one. We didn't break that one. Didn't break that one. Didn't break that one. Didn't break that one. Started breaking that one. Okay. Let's check this again. Didn't break that one. Held that one again. Broke that one and held that one again. Broke that one. Broke this one. Broke that one. That all broke. You're breaking all this shit here, and you got one more to do. You got to break this one right here. Right in there. And if you hit this, wham. Or hold this, excuse me. Like 590, there's 592. 590 right there. And that means that sequence is still alive. So my point behind, like, you need more down, like, you need, like, bam, bam. And then the count's wrong. We can start sending it now. And if not, that means we have not done the top yet. Anyways. All right, I'll let you guys go. Have a great night. There's a lot of, like I'm like this and this. We didn't do that. We didn't do any of that. And there's a moonshot in here, too. If you can't break this here, then this ain't done. This ain't done. And if that ain't done, then that becomes fucking right there. That becomes 3. If that holds, that becomes 5. We violently go up. Where's the 18th? Somewhere in there. Dude. He's right about spot up, ball up. This shit could go Moontown. Start getting some lows.